Now that's a funny name.
We have a new enemy in town.
Base?
Well, let me tell you. I wish here's the thing. I know how to write. The problem is when I start, I won't stop until, like, we're at least at 60 pages done. So I have to make all these notes ahead of time. And honestly, I think J.R. Tolkien writing the Silmarillion first was very helpful and probably streamlined the fuck out of those books. And that's why George R. R. Martin is never gonna write another one. My point being is I have so many ideas and I will share them, and from sharing them, this brainstorming session, what this is gonna be actually making a solid fucking plan. But as I reveal the solid plan, that's when I'll drop the ideas and the pitches and what's not. But I'm still teasing it. I'm not ready to dip all my toes into the pool yet. Okay, making sure that's here. We have to start slow. And, you know, I got articles because we're talking about gamer stuff. I got articles from Polygon, Kotaku, IGN.com. You know, IGN. They gave Mixtape 10 out of fucking 10. So, I gotta read all their articles now. Clearly, they are like the fucking pinnacle of award giving. They know what a good video game is. Got some of those we'll go through, and the poisonous message of Ratatouille. We'll do that before. What does Ratatouille got to do with this? Don't worry about it. But we'll do that before we get all deep. But first, y'all know I need a bit of drama, and I love when drama's happening that's not EHD. Is something going on with Oneyplays, or do you say Oneyplays? I don't know. I like the people in Smiling Friends, but I don't like the guy himself, per se. Not really a fan of that channel. I preferred the Game Grumps. So, let's see what the drama is. Even though I chose this because video game, let's play channel type fucking adjacent shit, right? It's themed. We're also talking about audiences and focus groups. Sometimes you'd be like, shut up, you're just trying to find an excuse to watch your stupid videos. But no, we always do wrap this around to points and whatnot. Because who watches Let's Play channels? Gamers. So anybody who's still loyal to all these OG people, that's the real hardcore audience. You want to make a game that appeals to them. Anyway, let's see what the hot drama is. Then we'll read the news.
It's Ding Dong and Julian has been blowing up online over the last week, where various clips have been posted of the two speaking about their experience with Oneyplays and his friends, with one of them confidently saying that Oneyplays ruined their life, along with speaking about other issues that they've been having, like being worried about it getting killed for their continued talking about Oneyplays, or that seeing merch of Smiling Friends, a show produced by one of Oneyplays' friends, Zach, freaked them out. Ding Dong also accuses Oneyplays and friends of taking potshots at him constantly over the last few years, along with various other things that we'll get into in this video, all happening on a public stream on their channel. Now, some came to their defense, of course, saying that they probably aren't really as bad as people want them to be, and the situation is in black and white, along with bringing up other previous allegations that they have made. But there's a lot to get into, so let's just jump in. Welcome to the internet versus Oneyplays. It starts when the Kiwi Farms Twitter account.
I barely know these users, so I'm along on the ride to learn of them from this drama, really. They made an Arby's roast beef sandwich joke one time, I think. This is where it begins.
Post about the situation, saying, former co-hosts of Oneyplays, Ding Dong and Julian, have been streaming almost continuously for a full day after saying that Chris O'Neill and his viewers are, quote, probably alt-right Nazis. There's not really a starting point, but this post made me laugh. And they attached this screenshot. Now, this is a troll account, but this troll account was saying, I realized I was trans when I was physically attacked protesting for Palestine. I've spent years studying this shit. This is not a sufficient way to handle it. I want every fascist out. And Hamburglar's cousin replies with this clip in the caption, you mean this, Ding Dong?
No, you can't say that.
He just said it. Don't say the word.
Don't say it.
Whiskey Bone replies to the Kiwi Farm thread by saying, Ding Dong is like that friend you watch go down a druggy rabbit hole, but his drug is self-loathing. It's somehow even scarier that it's so self-inflicted he didn't even need meth to get there. Anime profile pic says, Troll's remorse is a hell of a thing. It hits someone like the worst kind of drug. I mean, look at what happened to iDubbbz. Tom's Coffee Records replies to this gif in the caption, sadly, he will always be immortalized. And it's Oneyplays and Ding Dong coming in, dancing. Halo Wars then quote tweets Kiwi Farm's post with this clip in the caption, holy shit, Ding Dong and Julian are fucking pathetic. And half of this clip is an edit with copyrighted music, so we can...
So this is it. Okay, it's verified. So is this Josh's account, then the Kiwi Farms account, or maybe a community thing? They said there was no point to posting about this. It just made them laugh. Was this really it that started the drama against the big channel today?
Played this half of the video, but the first half is on the stream.
In the past, I had to avoid saying the word Oneyplays. And now I can
pick up on that one.
I can I can say Oneyplays ruined my life for many years. And this is why I ban people who come in with Oneyplays references, because I automatically expect that they're danger.
Then Halo Wars continues posting various clips from the stream. They post this one with the caption, I'm going to repost some shit Ding Dong said on stream with edits if you're curious about the specifics. 1. Shitting on smiling friends for racism and needlessly insulting Zach. And so just for context, these clips are obviously edited by Halo Wars, including the text on screen and the various images that will show up throughout all of the clips. So yeah, just for that context, but here's the first one.
An episode about getting overly offended and wanting to kill people. It's weird that that's a consistent theme, huh? It's in more than one episode even. The Hidden Worm Society running the government. That's why that shit is in there. You have to...
It's an Adult Swim show. Are we really? Are we really gonna fucking talk about morals and spreading messages and shit on an Adult Swim show, which is targeted at a young adult audience that is smoking a lot of weed and getting drunk in the evening? That is who that is for, and they do a great job at it. Stop woke scolding everything.
Remember a lot of the people who were involved. You have to remember where a lot of these people came from prior. People just wanted to kind of automatically assume that if they stay quiet for long enough, their mentality has changed, even though they haven't. Man, I can go back to an example that's not even from the show. I only got to hear about this one because I don't watch the videos, but I had someone quote it at me, and I'd be like, why are you saying that, man? That's nasty as shit. That I had somebody at one point say to me, like, I am bipolar, and I am autistic, and these are the things that I have, and these are the things that I deal with. And I was like, what are you doing?
Pisses me off. That's like, I don't know if it's my autism or my OCD or Asperger's or my schizophrenia or my bipolar disorder, but that's just...
You want it all to look nice.
And they went, oh, it's a bit. And I was like, that's not a bit. Where'd you even hear that one from? And they told me, and I'd be like, man, do you know why he said that? Because he's seriously just trying to insult people who have to deal with things like that.
So basically, the people who aren't involved with Smiling Friends are like, man, those racist alt-right neo-Nazis don't have the same opinions as us. We barely knew them and would never endorse. Imagine canceling someone who did the same things as you, but they're just more popular than you. I think we're going to high school with this story, folks.
That's why I said, I'm confused why people weren't able to pick up on this. I thought it was really obvious. I thought it was really clear, because in the past, everyone did pick up on it. I don't know what changed. Did things just get bad enough in real life that this kind of thing just gets ignored now and people don't even realize that that's where it's coming from?
Mozdev replies, he completely misses the punchline. He's not making...
I'm sorry, like, yeah, you got, well, kind of the comedy of Rick and Morty's how deep it is and then fucking absolutely absurd. I at least watched the first 3 seasons, I think. Couple seasons of Solar Opposites. But I also still like American Dad. What do you want from me? And I'm mostly fucking stoned. I'm the audience for this show. They do a good job at it. Like, it's like fucking it's on, and people watch it and then they don't remember it. Except for make memes. Why are we asking it the world of it? Is why I'm confused. There was like this 32-ounce mouse show back in the day that was like a fucking MPEG clip art, and the joke was it shoots people. Aqua Teen Hunger Force has got questionable bits as well, but no, because This one's the popular one, so let's attack it.
Making fun of people with those disorders. He's making fun of Tumblrites who make those disorders their entire personality, and especially the ones who use them as carte blanche to be an awful person, a lot of whom are self-diagnosed. And Halo War says he's really the worst type of person. He's only attacking it because he's close friends with that exact type of person. But he's so nonchalant and above it all. According to him, Horrid Handle says, he sounds worryingly like your movie sucks, and it's going to break my heart if he goes down that route. Halo Wars also posts another clip.
In case no one knows, your movie sucks has become like a fucking elitist who says other people's movie reviews don't count because they don't go to film festivals and they just watch Marvel slop and then they complain about Marvel slop. They need to go, I don't know, go see an art film or something. He's become that person.
Again, this one is edited by him with a caption too. Ding Dong schizophrenically claims Lyle and Chris brought up Tuba to expose he's a furry and take potshots at him in a grand conspiracy.
They do it to a lot of people, by the way. Constantly taking vague shots at people over and over and over again. They did it to us too. They did it to another situation, and a lot of people found out about it later and figured out, like, oh, that's what that meant. I didn't really get it, but now I get it. Yeah, they've been doing that for a long time. If there's something they say in a video that doesn't make a lot of sense, they're probably referencing an actual person that they're hoping to hurt through one of their videos. That was why they brought up the tuba thing in the one video. That was them trying to take a
Oh my god, I can hear the hair flip. And then they're super violent, teacher. All they do is say threatening things all day, and they stole my calculator. I think they're just making fucking videos on the YouTube.com.
shot at me.
That's just physics. Is that a big tuba? What is that? Oh, I'm horny. Let's go into it. Fuck. I'm not horny anymore. Now I'm horny. There we go. Damn it.
And they were trying to expose people to the fact that I was a furry. Then a few months later asking me if I'll record with them again. Which made
people make fun of that Dan from Game Grumps and putting furry accusations on him when it isn't true. It's been like a joke for 10 fucking years. Is he crying about it?
he was even partially trying to test the waters of, did you see when I called you out in front of everybody and tried to get you hurt?
Mozdev again then replies to this clip saying, imagine getting offended at something as juvenile as a tuba equals horny, because it's literally a horn. I very much doubted Chris was talking about him at all when he said it. It's just an obvious pun. And Slimy Asian Pasta replies with an image here. We'll probably have to censor it for YouTube TOS. I don't know if this would be allowed on the website or not. Not taking any risks. And Slimy Asian Pasta says, no, actually it is a reference to someone who would commission artists who draw his fetish of getting vored by tubas. I know because I'm an OG perv. Ding Dong.
Did you guys know there's a fetish of getting vored by tubas, the instrument? Different kinks for different folks, but yeah, here comes Slimy Alien Pasta just to know exactly what's happening here. Seeing behind the blueprints and the things the system wants us to hide, considering when he plays. Oh no, this guy sees into the Matrix and knows this is tuba fucking porn related.
Saying that just referencing this was inciting hate against him. But I gooned to this and I enjoyed the joke. Click at your own risk, lol, and then the image attached. Just to describe it, it is a tuba with a belly. There is a inside shot of the stomach and someone is inside.
Okay though, Connor from Internet Versus, that could be a picture of Victory Bell eating James from Pokemon. That was hilarious.
Playing the tuba from the inside, it looks like. I don't know, it's too much. I don't know how to describe it, but it's obviously very, very fetishistic art. Halo Wars continues posting clips, and now this third one with a caption. He claims he doesn't watch the videos. He does. Then insinuates that Chris posted the Dustborn playthrough during Trump's inaugurations for a specific reason, implying it's a dog whistle.
I don't watch the videos or anything, but I sure as shit did see the Dustborn thumbnails and everything. That was not a mistake posting that during Trump's inauguration and everything either.
Okay, I get judging a video by its thumbnail. That's the whole point, right? Judge a book by its cover. And then, like, supposedly, they wouldn't clickbait you, people on YouTube. So, ideally, their headline there, the title, that's what happened, surely. I could understand people being lazy and doing that. But, like, you can't accuse people of things, like, on a public platform if you won't watch the video, I say. That should be, like, social rules.
Clearly it was backlogged. Yeah, the SJW thumbnails and everything. Gee, I wonder why this is going on.
No
and
trouble.
Ballistic Pistol replies to these images in the caption. The messages were there in plain sight. Oh no. And we have the thumbnail being referenced by Oneyplays, Dustborn, with all of them here on screen. And then there's a meme edit where on the TV it's being said, we need to get these monkeys off our streets. And then a MAGA conservative.
Okay, so like Oneyplays are the racist neo-Nazis, and Donut is a former collaborator who's calling them Nazis. Is that what I am to understand?
With a gun says, I'll handle them, Tomar. Rabbit replies to the clip by saying,
Sorry, not Donut. Ding dong.
Dustborn was a viral shit game released a couple months before the election. The game was literally made because of Trump running/winning 2016. The SJW thumbnail are the Oni boys dressed as the characters from Dustborn. Why is Ding Dong doing this to himself? Misty Campaign says, SJW thumbnail and it's literally just them dressed as the Dustborn characters. The only thing SJW about this image is Tomar holding a soy drink, and you can see him holding it here on the left. Halo Wars continues, now the fourth clip with a caption, the one most people are talking about. Ding Dong claims while having Chris over, he slept the entire time, searched through their belongings and Julian's diary, didn't do any work, and talked shit about them in the bathroom, implying he was listening for some.
You know, this is her say on the internet. But I could see someone in one of these Let's Play spaces, you know, hanging out in real life for the first time, but like you've been on stream and like talked hours and hours thinking you have the right to go through shit. I could see someone being that autistic in this space. I don't know.
Weird reason.
I mentioned it before, but I could tell they went through one of Julian's private books because they blurted out a thing that was in one of them during one of the videos. No, we pushed ourselves really hard. While they were just laying in our bed the whole time. And sleeping during the daytime and staying up all night. And we would hear them rustling around and doing whatever the fuck in the bedroom.
They were having sex! Clutch them pearls.
I mentioned it that one of the days when we did play Geek, they went into the bathroom and turned on the fan and went on their phone and said how it was going to be a video that was going to do really badly, and it seemed like he was really mad. And hoping that we weren't going to hear him, except he doesn't know our house. That fan doesn't cover shit. We heard the whole thing.
Zazzy Z-Man says, I mean, if that is true, that would be pretty weird of Chris, to go through someone else's shit, Lamau. And Pope Obeyer replies, they talked about this in the videos. That was when Chris was going through his intense back pain arc and he was having difficulty moving. He's just lying here. Halo Wars also posts this clip with a caption, Ding Dong claims that Chris cares enough to have people park in his stream to clip things he says about them.
I mentioned it before, sometimes I got their friends to just be parked out in my stream to listen for anything that I would talk about.
And yeah, that's fine, man replies, God, what gets me is the gang stalking. He really actually accuses them of gang stalking him. This is non-hyperbolic insanity, like...
Well, the thing with someone who sees gang stalkers everywhere, yes, everyone's a gang stalker and everything they do is a personal attack on them. He needs to get off the internet.com and go check in somewhere or talk to someone. But no, just start beef and piss off everyone on the internet and get made fun of and clowned on locale.
He is unwell. This clip is also posted with the caption, in an amazing move of humbleness and self-pity, he says he graciously allows the existence of Oneyplays but doesn't know if Chris would approve of his own existence. Very subtle self-deprecation.
I don't want to interfere with something like that. I'm not the kind of person to be in a position to go, they can't exist or something. They most certainly can. I like to be able to exist too. I don't know if they agree with me on that one, but...
And Antifa Cadet replies, graciously allows the existence of Oneyplays. I know Ding Dong and Julian are huge losers right now, but lying makes you look like those Kiwi Farm and Neckabeard types who wants ADOX. And Halo says, I mean, that's literally what he's saying in the clip, even if I phrased it mean-spiritedly. Unless I misinterpreted. Oh yeah, it's cool, they're allowed to exist or whatever. I don't know if they'd say the same about myself though. Like, lol. And Antifa Cadet says, I don't want to interfere with that, was the first said, I'm not the kind of person who's in the position to say they can't exist. I don't think that was the exact same as him giving permission or something. And I'd hope he'd know how stupid it'd be to insinuate he would. And lastly for Halo Wars, this clip is posted with the caption, this will be the last post. I'm sure someone will make a bigger compilation. There's much more that I don't have clips of, such as claiming that seeing a Pim at a grocery store gave them a panic attack.
I won't lie, this guy is getting clowned on. I can just sense it because I don't watch this channel. I don't know these people. I don't watch Smiling Friend clips on my YouTube. I watch it on the HBO. But I'm seeing compilations of this guy just bitching about things being released. So, yeah, everyone's clowning on this guy today.
Ding Dong says Chris stalked the Yick final as a power play over them.
I think the finale was supposed to be a thing of keeping us stalled out and, like, continuously as a factor here, which is why every single time it got brought up after the first time, it always had to be some vague kind of insult slung towards our direction, like we messed everything up. And I can also speak to this. I did get to see there was a direct image board post that I'm pretty sure came right from him to insist that we messed up the entire thing. Which, if you guys follow us and if you know anything about us, no. We commit ourselves very hard to the things we do. It's why I put up with all that to play Geek to begin with, even when the game froze and even with all the grinding, and that's why I reverse engineered the game. No, I put a lot of effort in, actually. It was really unfortunate.
Okay, did this guy make a video game? We need to learn about this. He put a lot of effort into it, actually, and he knows it's good because he knows how to put effort into things. Notice that they did this with your audio, probably because you didn't have the best footage to steal.
Fortunate. And it's why it took someone having to donate money for them to eventually say that there was no finale. And having kind of their mannerisms slip out a bit, being a little bit backhanded to people over that.
This kind of sounds like Bo Black's, though. Is this his alt?
For example, the slanty smiley face thing is being done sarcastically whenever it's being done. Just something to take note of, I guess. But,
Destroy Doe replies with this picture of a Pym doll in the caption, I really want to see him crying over a Pym plush. Funny lol haha XD quotes Ding Dong saying, there was a direct image board post that I'm pretty sure came right from him, and captions it. He's just going on 4chan and convincing himself that anonymous people are Chris talking shit about him. Lamau. Joyce replies,
Said it seems like he's got the gang stalking problem. Because this guy probably doesn't think about Ding Dong that much, quite frankly. But maybe that's what he wants. I don't know. It's very In Praise of Shadows fucking tanked all his shit and made a schizo super lefty not in reality video where we were just canceling everybody on the fucking internet for following everybody. Like, it was kind of the most extreme shit I'd ever heard, honestly. And it was because Wendigoon followed him on Twitter. What does it mean? So, I don't know what's happening with people anymore, gotta be honest. It's like The Happening. Something's in the fucking air.
in the last clip by saying, I swear, I've seen Chris mention the Yick final once or twice on an episode, and it's just a simple, yeah, we didn't have time for that ending. Would have been a lot of work. Where is Dee Dee getting the whole, we're getting vague insults toward our direction from? And fingers in his replies. He said something about the tone of Chris's voice changing, which is just insane. Just reading into nothing and acting like he's right. Then Woe Optimistic started posting a lot of clips from the stream, and they post this one with a caption, Julian of 11 Games is tormented by seeing the popularity of Smiling Friends, the amazing digital circus, has been hotel, etc.
There's all kinds of things. Seeing a Smiling Friends DVD.
Ah, communist, you see, because you're not allowed to. Whether they have money and a whole bunch of support behind them, they're still indie projects that came from an internet user, much like you and I. Like I said, I remember when Vivzy Pop was nobody on Tumblr. That's how long ago I was on Tumblr, when she was just sharing her pictures and her lore and stuff. Like, so it is kind of cool, I gotta say, to have seen a fucking random Tumblr account from back in the day have mainstream success. And I think really the reason these have such big productions behind them is so Hot Topic can put out that merch. Because, do you guys remember what it was like when a new show came out? And it's like, this is awesome, but they didn't make merch for it yet, so you didn't have toys and shit? They're never gonna make that mistake again in this world. I'm sorry, I don't know why we went on that tangent.
At the store freaked me out. Seeing everybody draw porn of Digital Circus freaks me out. It makes me feel like I can't participate in the world anymore. It's something that I need to be able to figure out. I mentioned a few minutes ago that, like, way back at the beginning when Dee Dee didn't want to speak about these things, I threatened to break up with him over it because I was like, I feel like this is unethical. I feel like it needs to be spoken up about. I feel like people are gonna get hurt. People got hurt anyway. There's a really big problem.
Let me know if the show Smiling Friends has caused you pain and hurt you.
It's been tormenting for me for years. That things related to Oneyplays, Smiling Friends, Digital Circus, etc. Has been like all this stuff. It bothers me a lot. It freaks me out that like these things are super popular.
And Stan says, what was it that needed to be talked about?
I'm sorry, I just like success stories. It's why I like Eminem Marshall Mathers, because he was nobody, worked hard, said it doesn't matter that I'm white rapping against black people, it'll be my talent at the end that wins. Because, you know, who gives a fuck about race when it comes to talent and shit? And he made it. I love these stories. That's the American dream. Why does everybody get so fucking mad when someone actually has a rags to riches or American dream story?
about then. And OP replies, supposed bad things that happen to them in LA that they keep saying they want to tell everybody about, but never do. Ding Dong says he has receipts and hours of recorded streams, but has yet to show anyone anything in regards to these vague statements. And Stan says he threw Digital Circus in there also, which I'm confused by. And OP says Gooseworks worked with Zach and Aaron Hansen for TADC and went on Oneyplays for an episode of Slightly Artistic. Association is enough for condemnation. Unimax quotes the post by saying, I saw a Smiling Friends DVD. This is gonna get people hurt. A severe mental illness. Holy shit. Whoa Optimistic also continues making multiple tweets, such as this one with the caption, Ding Dong calls a Newgrounds a cult and alludes to staff as being
Who even goes there anymore?
Sounding awfully a lot like a cult. Out of any of these online websites and communities I've seen,
Like, this does sound like, okay, all of Mama Max's fucking ideals that I need to be a crusader, I need to be a hero, but, like, put all that in someone like Bo Blacks, who's not really gonna do a fucking thing about anything, just complain all day. This fucker's attitude, I can't stand it.
actually Newgrounds kind of does feel the closest to that to me. I haven't seen this kind of loyalty being embedded into so many other websites the same kind of way. It is really fucking weird. And like I said, it's driving people insane behind the scenes. And just questionable things in general. Like,
This guy's literally gonna be Squidward in his 60s. SpongeBob, stop ranting about politics on my lawn. You could offend someone if the wrong person hears.
really confused why so many people that we ran into around Newgrounds. Sure, yeah, the neo-Nazi over there is already a big enough problem. But what's with that one over there? Why are you all contacting a 14-year-old to befriend right now? You're all in your 30s. What is that about? Why does this keep happening? Because this is like the third one now.
And then OP follows up, if you have proof that a Newgrounds user or member of staff is a please report them to the authorities. If nothing happens, there's your final answer. It's not that complicated of a concept. And Cowboy replies, this is 100% in reference to Jeff and David befriending Little Pico, which was a 14-year-old Japanese girl who was a fan of Pico. It was genuinely the most harmless interaction I've ever seen and sounds more like DD making up anything he can think of to paint him as the victim. AC says, it's true. When I emailed Tom Fulp because I got locked out of my account, he demanded I vote for Donald J. Trump twice and convert to esoteric Hitlerism, or else he'd plant in my account and report me to the FBI. Maximum Play quotes the clip by saying, low-key, this feels like Michael Jackson phone call reporting the Epstein Island thing and no one believed him. Like, I don't know, he's been deep into this shit, he probably knows stuff no one else does. Random dude says, everyone acting like he is talking about some secret underground NG ring are morons. He is talking about when Dave and Jeff became friends with Little Pico, and that situation was literally just them giving a young Japanese artist a platform. DD is a schizo. We've known this. Whoa Optimistic also posted this clip of the caption, Ding Dong says Chris and other Newgrounders dogpiled the trans artist who made that New Guy comic in defense of PewDiePie.
And if someone would be like, no, they don't dogpile. Man, do you know where the New Guy meme came from? Do you know what that was even in relation to? Some trans artist made a comic that nobody even saw until one of them decided to make it into a big spectacle and double down on it. Because how dare you say something negative about PewDiePie? Wonderful, darling, innocent person PewDiePie who's never done anything wrong. Why would you want...
Why are we talking about PewDiePie? How is that relevant to... One, he's not even American. He's never been. Never voted in any of our fucking elections, so I don't know what agenda he's been fucking having. And he lives in Japan now. Once again, I think it's just the... As long as I hate someone who's popular, that gives my life meaning. Because I have no fucking constructive purpose, I guess.
Why would you feel good about something bad happening to a person who was paying people who were struggling and suffering and desperate $5 to hold up a sign that said death to all Jews and then monetize the video? How dare you? He got to where he was through hard work by exploiting others and hurting others and... I guess it kind of falls apart there, huh? No, I get it. The comic wasn't very good. But that was why that also happened.
And Agui replies with the context of the comic being referenced, saying, this comic? This isn't even humor, it's just a self-report on the artist, lol. And it is the artist saying, heh heh heh, and the new guy says, oh, what's so funny? And the artist says, heh, that millionaire gamer bro douchebag totally got robbed, heh heh heh. The new guy says, hey, how'd you like it if you were robbed? And then the artist says, oh wow, I can tell we're gonna be the kind of coworkers who become good friends. And new guy says, wow, really? And the artist says, hell no. Danny says, what the fuck?
That wasn't funny. That was stupid. That was a waste of everyone's time. I don't give a fuck what this person identifies as. Do better. Well, fuck you. You can't come for Jim Davis's spot of fucking nothing mattering. He's still alive and he still makes Garfield. There's no room for you. Damn.
Does that comic have to do with PewDiePie? What is he even saying? And Soul replies, Pewds got his house robbed. Retard bitch made a comic mocking Pewds. Comic had a nice guy who said making fun of Pewds is wrong. He was supposed to be the artist's straw man. Internet embraces nice guy, including Chris. This all happened a very long time ago. Vinlove quote tweets the post by saying, Chris worked with Gooseworks, an openly trans creator. Truly a Fed quote tweets the post by saying, the most controversial thing PewDiePie did was the
Wait, did Gooseworks make that comic strip? That was terrible.
word bridge thing, while Ding Dong was dropping ends pretty regularly across multiple channels, lol. Woe Optimistic also—
I'll say this. Keep in mind, once more, PewDiePie is not from America. He's from Finland. The N-word doesn't actually matter outside of America because it has no historical context in other countries and doesn't mean shit. So, if you grow up watching American movies, you need to understand something. Like I said, it's not an excuse because you should know it's a no-no word online. I'm just saying, it's something they hear in rap in their movies. It doesn't actually mean anything to them in a historical, like, racist context.
tweets out this clip with the caption, Ding Dong and Julian on how Chris could have been a real human with a heart, but gradually turned into a
That's my opinion on something that happened 12 years ago.
Pizzagate MAGA Nazi.
I don't think he would have actually lashed out the way that he did at the time if it weren't for the fact that, yes, people have been trying to make conflict happen with him since the start. There's a lot of people who have been trying to get us to go at each other's throats the whole time. And like I said early on, Chris did recognize that too. And that's why he was saying, don't fall for this stuff. But I'm not sure when he kind of had his own moment of succumbing to it and getting overly worried about what other people—
Because I think a lot of people got sucked into, like, the political culture war stuff. He wasn't as much at the time, but he got a lot worse as the years went on, to the point where, like, being MAGA was like—
I think, so is Ding Dong and Julian like a couple? Is that what's going on here? Because it almost feels like it is an iDubbbz and Anissa situation. I think this Julian is the Anissa. Is that what's happening? Like, you need to think this and say this and take a stand from your former friends. Like, I don't know why everyone takes it upon themselves to disavow whoever gets canceled today. Are we the judge and fucking jury? No, bitch if you want to bitch, but I don't think everyone has to do it.
His only identity by the end. I think by the end, or sorry, at the beginning, the point that you're talking about, he was a little bit more of a human.
Yeah, I would say. He was a little more open-minded at the start, even though he still had these tendencies and everything. In terms of, like, well, where does he even, like, fall in, like, politically and everything? Because I know people want to say, like, well, you know, he's like, no, man. He was kicking off a lot of stuff back at the time. I mentioned the new guy meme, which, by the way—
Yeah, exactly. And
Why
yeah,
do you think Kiwi Farms—
this is what I'm talking about. When it, yeah, you get sucked into, like, needing to— that thing that you're always talking about where you mention, like, oh, if you're on one political side, you need to side by all of the issues that are supposed to matter.
No. But, it's a frustrating thing for that, too, because, yeah, I don't want to even put somebody on blast in that kind of way, either. Really, the politics of it was something I was trying to leave out anyhow, but that is what a lot of the crowd hovering around it wants from it. And
If all these people weren't doom-scrolling all fucking day, would that have made a difference, I gotta wonder? Is it the media's fault that people are getting poisoned, or was everyone who schizos out gonna schizo out anyway?
it did get worse as time went on. After, you know, things continued along, like 2016, 2017, 2018, it's why going out with people, now every single night, everyone is going on and on and on about Pizzagate. Now everyone's constantly talking about these things. Everyone's bringing up more and more conspiracy theories. With Chris, I know that he actually has room to not have to be, you know, mean. He could be nice. We'd witnessed it on occasion. I could see that there was a heart buried down in all of that. But unfortunately, once again, when you grow up around all this, and this is the crowd around you, it starts impacting you and influencing you. And that's why he was making a lot of his own nervous decisions at the time, too, and then lashing out, and kind of always pointing around at everybody around him.
And Pleon Logos replies, no better summary of online leftism than saying someone could have been a real human being while wallowing in your dingy house making for—
Like, I keep thinking that Ian is the terminally online leftist patient zero of whatever they could. You say the woke mind virus isn't real, but then you look at these people, something's wrong with them. But it is like In Praise of Shadows was pretty bad. I put these two on the same level. They're placing politics, since they probably don't believe in any god. They've made politics their fucking god, and they've taken this shit so seriously, like, they feel like they're not doing enough in a war that's been going on since the beginning of America, of Americans bitching about shit, and they've taken it way too seriously, and now here we are. I feel bad. I think people's lives are getting fucking wasted with this shit.
or fetish games. Darkside Bill says, Doug Walker, Jack Black, and Gooseworks are outwardly left-wing people, and Chris had no problem working with them. DD is projecting because he surrounds himself with blue sky nutjobs. And Tequila Man says, Jack Black is unfortunately pro-Israel, so I don't know if he should be included in the left-wing people group. Gimgill says,
I just don't, what is this co-opting of the left where it's like, this is what you have to be on team left. If you aren't in this category of falling in line on every single issue, then you are a Nazi. I am sorry. Have fun getting fucking voters. Just have fucking fun with that, honestly. Oh, but I'm sure it'll be because everyone's racist next time the Democrats lose. That'll totally be what it is, because they've been nothing but really nice people to everybody they meet.
Chris is such a Pizzagate Nazi BWC racist, he collabed with a tranny a couple months ago. Woe then also posts this clip saying, Ding Dong and Julian have been afraid of being assassinated for talking about Oneyplays for the past 10 years.
I'm very sorry that if we end up, you know, mysteriously vanishing, so to speak, or something like that, that I was not able to fulfill all the game projects that I wanted to do. But I knew it was going to be a possibility that this shit was going to get us killed, so here we are, I guess.
Who is hunting them down? Who's the villain? I just need these people who are so afraid of their lives in Trump's America to explain to me who the villain coming after them is and what they need to escape. But no one can ever tell me this shit.
I'm very sorry, because yeah, a lot of people in chat are talking about like how stressful this is. I've been having this on my mind every day for like the past 10 years.
Oh wait, I need to stop conflating this guy with other people though. It's his gang stalk and shit. I almost forgot.
That's why I've gone crazy.
It's just the smugness in the way he talks.
That's why I'm like, I can't relate to other human beings anymore.
Oh, there it is! He's just too smart and wise and fucking above us all, y'all. Well, stupid us with our ant brains, we could just never comprehend the art that was provided by a guy who played fucking video games. Whoa! Destroyed!
But, we knew it was coming. Even on the thing of mysteriously disappearing, that was just like a month ago we told people about that, right? That if we just suddenly vanish, just keep in mind, no, we were not suicidal. No, it's not that we did something to ourselves. Something like that probably ended up happening.
I don't like this Julian, this shit, just the way he's talking, this sounds like death cult shit. What is happening? Or am I just taking the vibes on my white womaning up this too much? Because this is sounding dire. Like, I think this ding-dong's not in a good space, and these two need separated from each other. I don't think this is good.
And Dick Bipkick says, these guys are full-blown lolcows. Is this like a bit or something? And Opie says, honestly, I wish. Was really looking forward to Tough a Bippy and Trigger Treats. Mr. Mo Lester says, if I recall, there's proof somewhere a guy with a gun did show up once, but to act like he was gonna fucking CIA Red Room those two on behalf of Chris is insanity, Lamau. These two were clearly never made for actually online fame. Ebenezer replies to this edited Discord message of Keemstar, putting Oneyplays and G over his name, saying, here's the deal. I want this guy clean shot. Gorgeous Ring replies, we are not suicidal. Like Chris.
What the fuck did Keemstar ever actually do to anybody? Other than everybody just Skype called in and fucking fought. Like, just like, because it's like 2016, I know things are more edgy, but it still seems weird to just be wishing death on everybody who's a gossip fucking person.
Is going to send an elite syndicate to covertly wipe them out. Lol. Serbian Cream King quotes the post by saying, getting assassinated because you left a Let's Play channel sounds like a Cruelty Squad mission. Dr. Meme says, when Mick fucked up and ruined his friendship with Oni, he apologized for his wrongs, and while I don't think they're friends anymore, he still gets to voice stuff in the industry, even on Smiling Friends and Digital Circus. These two are just burning everything with no regard. Noah quotes the post by saying, a guy has literally been threatening to kill them for years. And Piggy Jelly says, anyone with any mild amount of e-clout gets death threats all the time. Boo fucking who. And Noah says, from what I gathered, Ding Dong said someone appeared in front of their home with a weapon. And Quoud's wife says,
okay, is this Eamon from the Lego drama? Did someone drop off a box of ducks one time? I'm sorry. Police are like a new thing in the scheme of the world. You would just hope the occupying government that took over whatever shithole village you're from had guards or something. And other than that, people had to get by on their morals, you know? And someone could stab you any motherfucking time with a sword back then. And that's, you got in the city you gotta keep on the lookout, all that shit. But things are different now. This is the future. Once someone has had someone at their door, They are allowed to be traumatized and fucking be delusional for the rest of their life. Please leave them in their natural environment. They're justified and they are valid. That's what Twitter taught me today. Always learning something on Twitter versus.
It's always if I recall from what I gathered and from what I remember hearing, and never any actual evidence. Punished Billy quotes the post by saying, Chris O'Neill sends his retards. Bang. Woe also continues a posting of this clip where they caption it, Ding Dong and Julian hope they're able to finish their games before they are killed.
I sure hope we get to finish our game.
Yeah, I would like to. I really would like to.
I was already
Oh, I forgot, they're making a game. We might have to look into this. Is Julian and Ding Dong's game coming out?
talking about being
move repeatedly and do all this.
I was already talking about being unsure beforehand, but now I have to worry about getting killed again.
It's okay, it's a big joke. It's just a big joke. Unless.
Or is Julian trans and it's like they're coming to kill all of us trans people and put us in the camps? Is it that? Does he believe that shit?
No, it's a joke. Unless.
And Wait What replies with this meme saying, we should Ding Dong and Julian, and a bunch of people saying, agreed. Inspector Lewd replies, them talking about it constantly seems like they really want it to happen because that's probably the only legacy they can have. Woe also continues posting with this clip in the caption, Julian tries to enjoy his game, but Ding Dong can't stop thinking about an assassin.
It's okay, I'm chill. Okay, you got a Chikorita. I trust you.
I like Chikorita.
Yeah, I like Chikorita.
Please don't betray me, Chikorita.
Yeah, please don't kill me,
I picked you
Chikorita.
for Legends EA.
Please don't show up at my house with a gun, Chikorita. Into their mouth.
Yeah.
I got the feeling these two weren't the most entertaining.
Use Razor Leaf to knock the door down.
And Punished Billy asks, was that pause edited in, or was that actually there? And Woe says no, that was 10 seconds of following silence. Another clip gets posted with the caption, Ding Dong and Julian think that people outside their stream audience hearing them talk about Oneyplays will be the end of their world.
They very, very desperately want to make this into the end of the world for us right now.
It may be.
It might be.
I hope they don't succeed.
No, people go with it. This stuff is hot right now. People like this kind of...
You know, honestly, two best friends breaking up was like... Well, I mean, there were multiple people, but they did it the best. Keep all the videos on the channel. Don't fuck with them. Everyone go their own separate ways and make their separate channels and do their things. Times have changed. Why were they able to fucking leave it all successfully and all these other groups always has... I guess JonTron, well, he was only there at Game Grumps for like a fucking year, but everyone else has drama.
Yeah, I know.
So,
Don't ever leave a Let's Play
this might
channel.
be the thing that ends up ruining our lives even further. It could be. The only reason we're trying to, get through it anyways is because, once again, this is how we've been living. This is what you're actually getting to see the truest form of what it's like for us right now.
I'm very sorry, no.
This is happening while we're just working the whole time, and that people are screeching off to the side while we're still just trying to make work.
I have tried my very best to keep a smile on when we're streaming those, gameplay stuff. But it's very difficult because, this stuff is always in the back of my mind. It has been just constant for the better part of
They said they're just fear-mongering each other. This is not a good situation.
decade.
And Inquisitor Archimond replies, imagine if they played games, made jokes, and did funny scream like the good old days. I miss them, man. Wimpy Fox says, let's be real, they were right about this, lol. One of their live streams blew up, and now clowning on them and goofing on them became a huge trend among even total outsiders. This clip also gets posted with the caption, Ding Dong and Julian find out someone was able to record a video on their streaming websites. Time to go mask off.
So you know how we thought something was probably going on during that stream? Yeah, there was. Somebody figured out how to film it.
I hope the website...
Someone figured out how to film their stream. You mean clip it by using OBS? That's how, yeah.
Site doesn't stop being fun for people.
Yeah. We knew it was coming once again.
We did.
It was like
You kept warning people.
It was like 4 months ago I warned people about it.
Okay, so us, the people, or the chatters and the clippers, they're the villains. Okay, they're the ones coming after this Julian fella.
You kept warning people.
I knew it was
Or
coming.
she, they, whatever's
It was the
going
beginning of
on
this year that
here.
we talked about it. We knew it was coming. We knew it was all.
It's 2026. Everybody's gone mask off and we had to do it too.
And Barry Niceboy replies, just wondering, what was the trigger for all
Yes, what is the problem? What is the drama? This all did this start with Kiwi Farms posting about him being a weirdo? Is that all it took?
all these recent schizo ramblings? And OP replies, someone recorded when they thought nobody but their small audience was listening. In very nice voice, people would just do that? On the internet? It's time for the nuclear option. Blark says, Ding Dong is so weird, bro. What is wrong with his brain? Genuinely. Sam says, why did they fucking broadcast it live to the internet if they didn't want it to be public? And Abwezi says,
yeah, it's just like that Bo Peepin's fucking the brony person who was crying about how his family called him a fat loser because he was one. And it's like, we gotta post this to the internet, guys.
They clearly do want it though, despite what they say. This clip also gets posted with a caption, Ding Dong and Julian may need to ban user Streisand effects from the stream. Did not try to flag a stream recording down from YouTube, but his moderator did.
No, I mean, we can't do anything to stop that anyway. Streisand effects, there says there's somebody named Streisand effect that you I guess want to ban on your website. But, I don't know, you could go...
Yep. Full-on iDubbbz. Full-on fucking iDubbbz territory. Everyone suspicious, gotta go. Get out of the chat. Working for Russia.
You don't need them to report,
I mean, no,
right?
I don't really care. It's obvious. Any new account today is obvious, but also with that, that's funny if they're trying to say, we're trying to get the video taken down. When? I didn't try to get the video taken down. Oh, sorry. Is it getting the video taken down when we're talking about it as it's happening and everyone's freaking the fuck out during the process? That's not trying to get the video taken down. I'm acknowledging it. That's why I said, I think this is a little unfamiliar. When somebody is willing to acknowledge it live on the spot and they don't actually feel shame in what was spoken about, and rather what they're getting into is, here's part of the problem and why a lot of this happened to everybody else too.
Also, this clip gets posted with a caption, Julian on losing faith in humanity and punching holes in walls.
Keep in mind for the future anyway. I mentioned how I lost my faith in like everybody. I lost my ability to trust people, including Dee. That like I felt like, oh, if you're not willing to talk about this, then that's because you support it. Stuff like that. It's an issue. There are people who are actually trying to...
Remember, everybody, silence is violence. Be mask off all the time, or people are just gonna assume the worst about you, or the best about you, depending what shirt you're wearing that day. Honestly, it's as simple as that.
To be good out there. And me, like, lumping them in with the bad people. Does everybody a disservice. Does me a disservice. Does them a disservice. There needs to be, like, a better way for me to be able to deal with my emotions. Dee trying to control me for all of these years is, like, really unfair to him. He shouldn't have to babysit me. It can cause problems. I put a hole through the wall, like, fucking, I don't remember how many years ago, like 7 years ago, something like that. I think we were still living in LA.
And G replies, I feel like there's a common type of person who makes being mentally ill their whole personality, and therefore they can never get away from their mental illness, so they just keep getting worse and worse and accumulating more...
I think once you become aware of your mental illness, I think there are people who kind of, then they might be doing it subconsciously, where their mental illness is their shield. As long as they have this problem, they never have to get this kind of job, or get this house clean, or do this thing, because they always have an excuse, right? And if they actually go to therapy or take medication, whatever step the doctor has recommended to them, that crutch might go away. So I think they kind of want it, and they just trying to find any justification to stay in their fucking cycle.
Apologies. It's like when everybody seems like a dick, maybe it's actually you. His entire standard for faith in humanity is believing a bunch of incoherent utopian bull.
Well, part of making a game is learning what the internet's saying, because they're the audience. We don't want any of these people playing our game, because my game is going to touch on some issues, but it's going to have birds in it.
Shit leftist invented 5 minutes ago. Butthole McGee says, Julian seems more self-aware of his mental issues than DD, but the spiraling these two put each other in constantly isn't healthy for either of them. Both of them need to take a step back from the internet. It would do them wonders. Julian finds it hard to believe that nobody could tell that he and Ding Dong had problems being on with Oneyplays, argued with Ding Dong on whether to expose those who wronged them.
It's always really confused me. I remember a long time ago when I was hoping that people would just pick up on what the problem was, because to me it seemed obvious enough. To me, it seemed like everybody could really tell what was going on, and that, like, anybody who says otherwise is probably lying. It's still really hard for me to believe that people couldn't tell there was a problem. But, like...
Here's a script writing tip. If you have characters, and let's say you have a villain, or someone that's betraying the party or somewhat, and when they explain their reasonings for it, think to yourself, let me take this dialogue and put it in a modern-day internet sense. Does it sound too bitchy and sound like a schizo said it? Is the character intended to be a schizo? I don't know, I might write another draft. If it sounds like schizo ramblings and that wasn't the intention, You might need to rewrite it.
It was like haunting me constantly, and I was constantly having emotional problems trying to get through things because I didn't feel like it was possible for me to avoid it. I didn't feel like it was possible for me to live my day-to-day life without it coming up in some capacity. It is generally expected that if somebody has an interest in us, they also have an interest in Oneyplays. I felt like it was my responsibility to like expose the trauma that was being felt by both me and Dee.
The trauma. The trauma of being in a Let's Play group.
That like I was like, if you're not going to talk about it, then I will. And it stressed him the fuck out. It really terrified him because he didn't want to make waves. He didn't want to cause problems. I felt like he was going too soft. And I mean, I do think that our conflict is also the same kind of breaking.
So you are the Anissa Jomha and had to pussy whip him into being like, have right think. You guys could just not have an opinion and be like, we're doing our own thing now. Could just done that.
Point. Culturally, all over the world right now, a lot of people are at breaking point because things have gone too far, and that's 100% what happened here. Going too far is what I did. Going too far is what the fandom did. Oh, Apple Green, 100%. Couples therapy on top of me just needing to get my own shit in order.
And Lutheran replies, he was laughing hysterically every video he was in, lol. What's he talking about? And Chinese Snake replies, he only played along so Chris Hitler O'Neill didn't shoot him with his Walther P30. Number 1 Surge Defender says, near enough, every single video he was jovial as fuck when he wasn't tired. Even during Oni stays where they really didn't want to do it, they were laughing up a storm every vid. All this revisionist bullshit is so...
Never forget, all these people hung out with Shadman as well. That's all.
It's crazy. And in regards to the if people find us, they found us because of Oneyplay shit, fucking yeah, obviously. Unless you're some huge furry, I don't see how the fuck you'd find Ding Dong, and especially Julian, naturally. They don't really go out of their way to advertise their stuff. This clip gets posted with the caption, Julian is terrified by our crazy world, threatened by the Emoji Movie, and the Bates are after them.
Do you want me to I can tell you about like how intense the...
Oh, but don't forget, these two are way more intelligent than us. And they're afraid of us. I kind of get that. Are you afraid the idiot masses are going to believe in something stupid and then ruin your cushy life and break your doors down and beat you to death? You're not that special. You'll already get lost in the mustard gas. Duh.
Fear is that I was feeling that this stuff was like tormenting me on a daily basis. The last 2
I think a lot of people say they go to therapy and they don't actually. Or this validating therapy shit I be hearing something about, because there does need to be some help here.
Years in particular, like, things were manageable more early on, that I was able to be like, I'm gonna pay attention to my own life, I'm gonna do the positive things that I want to see in the world. But as things got further and further out of control, as I think everybody has gotten to...
What have you done? Have you started like at least those IP streamers and shit, they'll go like they'll go to the hood and like give out free sandwiches and food. It's kind of a payback of, we're using your territory and your streets for content, so we're gonna do something for you. There's like kind of a hidden agreement about that. Like, and this guy could just not make content and go hand out sandwiches in a poor neighborhood. Why won't he?
Over the past 2 years that like so many things in society are falling apart. Of course, like, things were going to get more and more intense in my personal life too. And Dee was really scared. He was freaked out by how intense my emotions were. This is partially why he felt like he needed to speak up and give me a space to give my feelings on the subject. Because he watched as like it was affecting me really terribly, and I could tell you from personal perspective that like this shit feels like the worst thing ever. Doesn't have to necessarily be my specific problem, but that whatever is tormenting you fucking hurts. It's painful. It's physically painful. My chest hurts when I'm that...
Oh no, his chest hurts. Remember, everybody, if the Middle East was glass, everyone could play fucking hockey in their socks. Think about it. In Middle East, there will be peace, and there'll be fucking ice, desert hockey leagues.
Scared. This is part of the reason that Dee felt like he needed to do something, because he saw that I was just constantly in a state of terror all the time. Anytime somebody would come to stream and...
So you're a fucking bitch and you put this on the internet to let everyone know, hey guys, I'm a crybaby bitch and my feelings get hurt. Well, gaga.
Make a comment about like whatever, you know, cartoon or the Let's Play channel or anything like that. I would freak the fuck out, and he saw like how scary that was and how much pain it would put me through. and he felt like he had no other choice than to have to talk about it. I was feeling really threatened.
He's threatened at the thing. Yes, they're all crying. They're all traumatized because Oneyplays has wrong think and these two do not. And Smiling Friends fucking is gonna radicalize people. I don't know what the fuck's happening. I think that they've got gang stalking problems. They see stalkers everywhere and they're validating each other's fucking schizo shit. This isn't good.
And constantly, it's really hard for me to not just see
Ding Dong and Julian are dating.
Evil in everything. That's why I brought up the example of like fucking the Emoji Movie, that I was like, this is terrible.
You see, Ding Dong is Ian and Julian is Anissa. That's the best way to describe what's happening.
Yeah, Dill Starling, that's the impression I get. I think that that's partially why this exploded the way that it is, because 2026 has been such an insane year that, like, everybody's losing their minds to some extent. Everybody's being pushed beyond their limits. I imagine there's probably going to be other breaking points for other things that are not even related to us. That other people are just going to be having breakdowns and stuff like that.
I thought 2020 was the worst year in the world and everyone was ready for it to be fucking over. Now 2026 is the worst fucking one. God damn, we're spoiled and fucking crybaby bitches in America.
That too. Now we're in a situation where things could go really badly for us. Maybe somebody is going to actually succeed in killing us. It could be that they
think someone is out to kill them because they were in Oneyplays.
Obliterate our income. There's like a lot of different ways that people can strike back about it.
Or because they're gay, the Orange Man will take their money away.
I think one of the most fucked up things about this situation is so many of the people who are attacking us are being completely upfront. They're like not hiding their motivations. And the fact that so much of it is like rooted in bigotry.
And Punished Billy says, dude, Jillian is going to kill Ding Dong or something. He's going to lose his mind and do something insane. Daily Hummer Guy quotes the post by saying, I don't know if I'm the first person to say this, but I really...
Yeah, someone does need a fucking smile. This is the person Zach's characters needs to fucking help.
I don't like the idea of y'all turning Ding Dong and Julian into lolcows. And as he replies, facts. They're clearly not doing okay mentally, and something that tells me intellectual vigor may not be posting in good faith. Zoomerbread says, as opposed to every other lolcow who has never, ever, ever, never been a mentally ill person. And as he says, never disputed that. My whole point is that they haven't really done anything bad enough to be made into a lolcow, and was just pointing out that a lot of people calling them out with these clips are just doing it to be dickheads. And Zoomer says, neither have a lot of other lolcows. From what I've seen, they tend to just be mentally ill people that then get manipulated.
Can people who haven't done the fucking work in the research into Christery and at least touched on the Daniel Larson shit get the fuck out of here with your opinions? Because you're not well versed. Actually, some of these fucking people, nobody did anything. Nothing even started this. They just fucking went all crying about Oneyplays one day and now their lives are a threat. Nothing compelled this.
To doing awful things.
That's why trolls are fucking awful, because Chris Chan wasn't trolled into pepper spraying a GameStop employee. There are crazy lolcow moments where no one did anything. Don't do anything at all.
Friendly Yellow replies to the original quote by saying, to be completely fair with you, they are doing this to themselves right now. Wonderbar tweets out, people will go out of their way to spew absolute bullshit if it means they can make Ding Dong and Julian look worse. When this situation was never black and white. I don't even think OP understood what Julian was talking about in his Tumblr post, when it is not that hard to understand. We have this post here by Vinlove, who posted this art and the caption, oh no, becoming a beloved and iconic character beloved by millions, inspiring future generations of creatives to express their vision. How awful. There are hundreds of millions of people who would happily trade their life for the chance to have a lovable plushie made of them. And Gray replies, Oneyplays fans were sympathetic about Ding and Julian during the GG thing, until it involved also Oneyplays. And Wonderbar says, so true. Not to say that every single claim made by them are 100% factual, but I really don't think they're as crazy as most people would want you to believe. Anime Serbia tweets out, Oneyplays fans are among some of the most dangerous people in America. And Foff replies, a bunch of Oneyplays fans dragged my grandma out into a van and
what the fuck? I guess this is where we are with the state of things on the internet. Y'all remember the real Gestapo and stormtroopers just shooting people and throwing them into gutters and stuff? Well, things have gotten worse nowadays. People just show up on the internet and say your creator sucks and everything you like is bad. And oh, by the way, I dislike that culture over there. And they go, and fucking trauma incites. You guys gotta be careful out there. It's a wild world.
and shot her for wearing a top of the fourth wall shirt. Austin says, I was radicalized by these Sims that guy with the glasses playthrough. Been in therapy ever since. Yeah, Yeet says, Best of Zach volumes 1 and 2 are the most widely disseminated pieces of propaganda in history. And On Brand says, that's the modern day Nazi anthem. Benzo tweets out this picture in the caption, co-hosts have been gay, black, Latinx, trans, Jewish, furry, Zach, etc. Still gets called a hateful alt-right chudderino. This is the last I'll speak about Ding Dong because at this point it's just punching down on someone who's very clearly having a years-long mental episode. Shout out to her.
Yes, that's true. Okay. So, the inciting incident was mental illness. That's all I can say. Have you guys known that there's a Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey? I don't like that book. That book sucked in high school. Boo. So I'm not going to watch it. But did you know the Assassin's Creed player counts in Spike of the Wake of this movie? They said, oh my god, history! I need to find a video game for that, the young kids said. If you came out of Christopher Nolan's 3-hour epic, 3 fucking hours... Dude, I do not remember a single scene from Oppenheimer. I don't remember hating it, but I don't remember a scene. I think Christopher Nolan's fallen off since that third Batman movie, to be honest. But that's my hot take. Why are we... We're talking about movies. This is a Polygon.com. I just jumped right the fuck into it, didn't I? We gotta look at... The video game journalists are heroes that do the due diligence, that bring us news in the industry. So, I'm gonna bring up some choice articles that they have fucking contributed to these websites that would like you to block ad blocker today. Because they're so fucking important, Polygon, IGN, and Kotaku. Let's talk about the articles. Like the epic musical more than the book. Alright. If you came out for this 3-hour epic, itching to play a video game set in ancient Greece, you weren't alone. What about God of War, though? Whatever. Choices abound among video games influenced by Greek mythology, but Ubisoft's 2018 RPG Assassin's Creed Odyssey may mirror the movie better than most games. Mirror the movie? What about, like, history or the fucking book? No, I am so glad that someone was such a fan of Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, they traveled back in time before the fucking Assassin's Creed Odyssey and was like, yo, needs to be based on this. Once again, this took up front page news on fucking Polygon.com. Not only does the game go to great pains to create major Greek regions, but it includes many key locations from Homer's poem. This game was made by Ubisoft. You can buy it today on Steam. Please use this key to let you know you heard it here. You can fight Odyssey monsters like the Cyclops. Whoa! And it had DLC in 2019. I bet you don't even have to pay for that no more. Whoa. So, on X, Alina analyst, I don't know what these words means, Rice Elliott noted that active users for Assassin's Creed Audience grew by 90% in July 2026 because of a movie. That's a kind of a huge growth, so maybe if you're gonna release your game, you should see what Christopher Nolan's up to, and if your themes line up. That's what we've learned here. Did you know that God of War has, like, fucking a Minotaur in it? Although, estimates that recent player counts are at, less than $250,000. Boo news. Beyond the success of the movie, a couple things likely worked in Assassin's Creed Odyssey's favor here. It received positive reviews when it came out. I did hear it's the last Assassin's Creed game that didn't suck. The grand action RPG's top result when you search for it. Game similar to Nolan's movie. Okay, would anybody do this? Would you honestly be the one who sees the fucking blockbuster movie of the year and you say to yourself, I need to play a game like that, be immersive. I guess that sounds kind of cool. I mean, you gonna watch The Wire, then play GTA? I get it. It's a vibe. Why am I judging? Ubisoft's game can be purchased for under $20, like you should do today. Depending on the platform, it often goes on sales. So, someone got paid as a video game journalist. Patricia Hernandez. She wrote, "This game, people are playing it because it's similar to a popular movie." And then the article came out. Thank you, Polygon News for the Gamers. Check this out. 10 games to satisfy your Silk Song cravings while we wait for the new DLC. Because, you know, y'all just... It just came out after years of it being a joke. Everyone acting like it was going to be Half-Life 3. Yeah, right. Half-Life 3 is Half-Life 3. You were going to get Silk Song, but now we're impatient for the DLC. This Metroidvania Souls-like is without peer, but there are some games that can scratch the it it leaves behind. Ash Parrish, another video game journalist, wrote this fucking top 10 list. Guys ready to learn what'll hold you over for the Silk Song DLC? One, Hollow Knight. You could play Hollow Knight, the game you surely didn't beat before you played Silk Song. They say, let's get the duh choice out of the way. Hollow Knight established. Silk Song kind of feels like the moment in a shonen anime when the protagonist sheds their weighted armor. Does that only happen in Dragon Ball Z, I think? The sequel's combat is so much harder and platforming is so much more unforgiving that Hollow Knight feels like a quaint walk in the park in comparison. But so it's like you already played it, so you're saying replay this game. That is what we wasted the first one on. Blasphemous and Blasphemous 2. Of all the games on this list that don't have Hollow Knight in its title, Blasphemous and its sequel are the games most like Silk Song. I'm talking about combat, exploration, power-ups, expansive world, and religious imagery. Ooh, okay, Blasphemous. Dante's Inferno. I didn't expect that. While wholly different in terms of gameplay, art style, and even graphical dimensions, Dante's Inferno is what you play when you want to continue to explore Silk Song's vibe of rotten religion. But you also want to have a way more goofy-ass fun time doing it, like when you fucking speedrun Scientologist. Dante's Inferno from EA is straight up a God of War clone, right down to its big glowy buttons that hover over an enemy's head when it's time to perform a finishing move. It's supposed to be an action game riff on Dante's epic poem, in which a knight returning from the Crusades ventures into hell to save his beloved's damned soul, but the whole game tries so hard to tap into that hyper-violent, edgelord vibe of late aughts that it wheels back around into divine comedy that I can't take seriously, but nevertheless enjoy playing. No, a human wrote that, because that's just bitchy. All this religious stuff in a game called Dante's Inferno. Oh god, it's like back when they thought that was so cool. No, it doesn't sound like it was a... But here's what I don't get. She's recommended... I think it's a she... I don't know, Ash could be a guy name. Mostly is. But, they're recommending games. Blippo Plus. You're not going to find a single thing Blippo Plus has in common with Silk Song. Instead of a Metroidvania, it's how to put this, an immersive narrative experience where the main gameplay mechanic is channel surfing late-night TV shows. That sounds interesting. As you flip between programs styled after the joy of painting public access news broadcast and Svevgoli, the story starts to emerge that has nothing to do with any of the narratives present in Silk Song. It's not like Silk Song at all, really, so why is it on the list? When Silk Song finally announced its release date, it essentially blew a hole in late 2025's video game calendar. Tons of games shifted. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, video game journalism. This is what I mean. A lot of games might have not done that good because this one came out. Tons of games shifted their own release dates to get out of the game's way, much like everyone's doing this year with GTA 6. Now Blippo, which had an earlier release on Playdate, kept its Switch and PC launch date of September 23rd, when we were in the smack dab of Silksong fever. Chances are you missed this game, so you should go check it out. Has nothing in common. Okay, Animal Well's fine. That's the one that, Video Game Donkey, kind of venture capitalist, right? 1,000 resist. While there's an overabundance of some so-called dad games, there's a relatively few examples of mom games. Imagine that. The gamers are sexist. Silksong, with its narrative themes and characters like Lace, Grandmother Silk, Belle Beast, and more, is what I'd call a mom game. So too is 1000X Resist. In it, you play as a clone of your mother, who you kill in the game's opening moments. People who've dug into the lore of Silksong and finished the game might now understand why I've chosen to compare the two. This person has a job at Kotaku and gets paid. The person who wrote this fucking article. Let me remind you. Your task is to filter through memories of Mother, going back to a time before she became a progenitor responsible with a world filled with her clones. So it's a game about killing your own fucking mother, and we gave Slim Shady the Rolling Stones cover. We know. Super Metroid. You are working too fucking hard. These people tell you they don't get paid enough. Super Metroid is Silksong's great genre grandmommy. For 2, it is a mom game. What the fuck is a mom game? Okay, we're Googling this, or Echo Agewing. What video games are considered a mom game? I want to make sure this user isn't just making shit up. 13 best game moms ranked. Okay, that's characters. Stardew Valley, Overcooked, Monument Valley, Regent Love, Oxenfree, Hunt a Killer. Why are you talking to me in French? I don't know. I think this user's making shit up on Kotaku.com. I play Farming Sims. I play mom games. Elden Ring and Silksong are kin. Okay, Souls, Elden Ring, Super Metroid. Got it. Okay, Mina the Hollower. Stop me if you've heard this one before. An indie studio releases a major hit, then takes a long time to develop a follow-up. Is forced to delay the new game, but finally releases it to massive critical success. While not quite following the exact story of Silksong's development, Mina the Hollower certainly comes close. These two games share a vibe of indie prestige, doing so much with far smaller budgets than their AAA cousins, and where Silksong feels like a love letter to classic Nintendo games like Metroid, Mina the Hollower is just that for the Legend of Zelda Game Boy inspired soundtrack. That's nothing but absolute bangers. Celeste has no combat. And then here we are, in the comment section, where it's time, everybody, to fight about video game genres and their labels. Also remember, the other part of Metroidvania comes from Castlevania, specifically starting with Sympathy of the Night. I don't think it's on the Switch, but you can get Aria of Sorrow, arguably the second best in the series, in the Castlevania Advance Collection. While we're at it, on the topic of Souls and Bloodborne, is a very competent spiritual thing. Okay. Wacky list that appears to be going on more off of this has the vibe of one specific thing from Silksong, instead of games that are mechanically like it. I actually had to look up if you could still play Danto's... Oh! This Kotaku user? Someone's doing a background check. They're doing a security check. I actually had to look up if you can still play Dante's Inferno on modern consoles. It's backwards compatible on the Xbox and Cloud Stream on PlayStation. If you're looking for games more like Silksong, play Ori and the Blind Forest, Aximum Verge, Prince of Persia, Memories in Orbit, Nine Souls, Mama Dora, Rain World, and Dewdrop Destiny. This user came the fuck in and said, I'm gonna do your job better than you. Okay, now it's time to read an article on IGN. This person is Sid Haunt Adalaka. We gotta keep in mind on who is getting paid in the video game industry to run these fucking news blogs. Why Spider-Man needs a landlord. The web slinger always has someone bugging him for rent. Person with a name like Siddhant Adkalaka has an issue with rent in New York City, maybe, or maybe, like, he needs to vote for Zoran Mandami again. That'll help Spider-Man. Is that what we're trying to learn? Spider-Man is ultimately a story of class, and in 2021, Spider-Man No Way Home ended by taking our favorite wall crawler back to those basics, with the help of a very important cameo. No, not Tobey Maguire, and not Andrew Garfield either. Not Defoe, no. Who fuck was it then? Close. I didn't watch these Tom Holland fucking movies. Close, but no dice. No, we're talking about the unseen landlord. Oh, fuck! Hi, Deca. We're fucking reading articles on IGN, the place where gamers go for fucking news. Okay. We're talking about the landlord we hear speaking off screen. Rent is due. First of the month. Don't be late. Yeah, that's how renting a place to live in the city works. Marvel's fourth Spidey movie, Brand New Day, finds an anonymous Peter Parker living poor and alone and fighting crime in a DIY costume. It's a far cry for how he started out in the MCU when he was recruited by billionaire playboy Tony Stark in Captain America: Civil War, becoming Iron Man's protege and de facto successor. But starting from the bottom is perfectly in line with Spidey's history, both in the comics as well as the Sammy-directed movies in the 2000s, which nailed the everyman aspect of the character, originally intended from co-creators like Stan Lee and Steve. Okay, so my point is, should he add Keela over here? This is the article they submitted to go to the website today. The rent for Spider-Man is too motherfucking high. What drama is happening in your video game? Okay, so that's right, the landlord's the enemy. Oh, Spidey in 1970s New York. Spider-Man quickly... This guy did his research into all the times the fucking landlord needed fucking Tony to pay up. That's funny. I don't even know what's happening. I just like this as a reaction fucking picture. Yeah, why the fuck didn't Tony Stark give all of his... Like, Tom Holland's Spider-Man doesn't have money problems. When he wasn't in costume, Peter was struggling to keep his head above water as his new landlady, Mammy Muggins, knocked on his door to demand a rent. Another key aspect is at the time that Peter, like many New Yorkers, could rely on his community for help. When he doesn't have time or money to furnish his apartment, his friends all chip in and buy him furniture as a surprise. And as mean as impatient as Muggins is, she becomes part of his supporting cast as well, going back and forth between being a curmudgeon and a friend. As the years went by, Muggins became more of a complex comic relief character who constantly berated Peter for having strange kinky women all around the apartment building. So, Peter doesn't get his own place until Spider-Man 2. So this guy's IGN is a fucking website that does the ratings and, you know, fucking gets used in the commercials. This is the articles they're putting out. What about John Barenthal? Whatever. So who wrote the better article today? The one about Spider-Man landlords? Or the Odyssey? Assassin's Creed Odyssey? And I already forgot the other article. These are bad. Everybody should get a job in video game journalism. It's not that fucking difficult. Just write whatever you feel. Maybe I'll look at this. Like I said, we're gonna do this before the brainstorming sesh. Because I need to get my brain. I'm gonna be real. It's been a weird couple of weeks. I've said my creativity and shit. It's just like I get possessed. And it's like, I need to make this thing, I need to exist. But then I have off weeks where I just don't want to do anything. And I can't force anything, I just throw ideas around. The Poisonous Message of Ratatouille. Now, I thought Ratatouille was a good movie, but apparently it gives a bad message. Nope, not yet. I'm going to after Ratatouille. So I don't copy any of these evil, toxic ideas.
Consistently praised by critics and audiences alike for its beautiful animation, quality voice acting, and its wholesome message. Now, while I wouldn't argue with you about those first two, I would heavily disagree about the good message.
Yeah, I think the main messages being pushed in this movie sound really good on paper, but the moment you actually stop and think about what's being said, they reveal some really destructive messaging. And it's even more concerning when you consider that this film is primarily aimed at a younger audience. And as is the case with so many films that are made these days, there's a very clever but also very intentional effort on the creator's part to subconsciously influence the viewer to come around to many of the ideas that are being pushed here. Instead of teaching wholesome traditional values, Ratatouille's message is that you should never allow nature.
This user is Type 2 Productions. I don't know this user, I just want to hear this Ratatouille take. I haven't heard a fucking Ratatouille take in a second.
To dictate what you're capable of, chasing your dreams can never lead you astray, and that critics must be silenced if they get in the way of progress.
Now, I can already see it coming from a mile away. Before anyone says...
It ain't that deep. The critic wasn't silenced. They impressed him. Am I wrong about what this movie was about? Wait, what?
Ain't that deep, little bro? Consider what Edward Bernays said about motion pictures almost 100 years ago. He said, quote...
When you think of Ratatouille, you better fucking... This sounds like Linkara or some shit. We got a film professor up in this bitch.
American Picture is the greatest unconscious carrier of propaganda in the world today. It's a great distributor for ideas and opinions. The motion picture can standardize the ideas and habits of a nation. I mean, the director of Ratatouille even tells us this in this clip.
We're doing a movie about Remy the rat cooking in a restaurant of his hero, Auguste Gusteau. It's a wonderful, far-fetched premise. We couldn't be more fantasy-oriented, but if you have these nods to the real world, they give the fantasy a believability that we wouldn't otherwise have. And if you can get people to believe something that is inherently unbelievable, then that...
If you can get people to believe something that is inherently unbelievable, these are real facts that are getting dropped. That's why, like you said, it feels like I'm just watching junk and saying dumb shit, but no, it's all got reasoning, and it's all the building blocks of the great construction.
That's the magic of movies.
Now, having said that, let's dive right into the movie. The main message that you see being present in Ratatouille is that anyone can cook. Now, throughout the entirety of the film, Remy's problem fundamentally is that he's a rat.
What's my problem? First of all, I'm a rat.
Now, because he is a rat, Remy's excluded from human society and hated because of what he is, and even has his life threatened multiple times throughout the course of the movie. Now, Remy's dad understands and accepts his lot in life as a rat, but Remy continually fights against his nature to pursue his ambitions, even when it endangers not only him, but the people that he claims to love.
We look out for our own kind, Remy. When all is said and done, we're all we've got.
I got the vibe from the dad character that it's just fucking footloose and Rudy, and it's that fucking happy feet. It's that fucking trope of, son, you're just gonna get disappointed if you aim for the stars. Why can't you just work on the dirt farm and enjoy that? We got it good.
This is the way things are. You can't change nature.
Change is nature, Dad. The part that we can influence. And it starts when we decide.
Now, this is just another way of Remy saying that tradition or the natural order is essentially a prison that's meant to keep you back and hold you down.
Well, and ironically, a few scenes after this very conversation, Remy's dad is totally vindicated when just about every single human that Remy comes in contact with tries to kill him, as his dad said would happen. But very early on in the movie, we're shown that Remy admires humans despite his father's warnings about how dangerous they are. We even see him adopt some of their mannerisms, like walking upright instead of down on all fours. And as Remy spends time in the old lady's kitchen at the beginning of the movie, he's exposed to Gusteau, a famous chef in Paris that gives justification to all the fancy dreams that were already in Remy's mind. His famous tagline, "Anyone can cook," is naturally appealing to Remy because it validates a belief that he already holds. And unfortunately, in the real world, many of us fall into the same trap as Remy. Instead of us worrying about the things that actually matter, like taking care of our families, our communities, we allow institutions like Hollywood to plant these ideas in our head that try to...
We allow Hollywood to plant ideas in our head like anyone could cook. He can't cook. He's a rat. Okay, so they're going at this, like... This fucking... Does he agree with the dad character? Should Remy have never gone too far out?
Sway us to work against our own interests. And because of this outside influence, Remy comes to view an essential job, like sniffing out poisonous food for the Rat Clan, to be a boring waste of his talents and beneath him.
And what's even more concerning about this is that the television has corrupted Remy's mind to the point where his own internal monologue isn't even his. I mean, this rat is so lost in the sauce that Gusteau has replaced the voice in his head and repeatedly guides him away.
Wait. Is this what it actually appears to be? Is this a critique of Ratatouille that's about how the media and the government let this poor mouse have dreams and this Disney movie is sending out the wrong message? Is that the video this is? Because I don't know, I just clicked on this. What the fuck's going on?
For what's best for his family or even his own well-being, and towards this obsessive pursuit of his own dream regardless of the cost. The movie goes out of its way to tell us that the version of Gusteau in Remy's head is not actually the real Gusteau, but a figment of Remy's imagination.
I am a figment of your imagination.
Now, this means that Remy's identity has been so jeopardized by what he has seen on TV that he can no longer separate his own identity from the one that was fed to him by the magic box. We're susceptible to this type of programming as well. Every piece of media that we consume has a deep psychological effect on us, and the makers of these pieces of media absolutely know what they're doing and will use it to weaponize against us, to implant all sorts of ideas.
I don't know, my morals are kind of just my morals. And I think the ones that we learn from the TV shows, I don't know, society agrees on all those. Don't steal, don't be a mean, don't bully, don't be an asshole, all that stuff. Like... And Walt Disney won't let evil come to the children's minds and whatnot, but, like, I don't think it is that deep. Indeed.
Ideas in our head, and even identities that aren't ours. And instead of...
I think that's cute in a cartoon when it does that. I'm just a figment of your imagination. Because there are probably people that do have, like, hallucinations and shit, but it's happened to them so many times that... Like, they know it's not real, try to just ignore it and shit. Like, it makes sense.
Exposing this, or calling this out, or critiquing this, the writers of Ratatouille seem to frame this as a good thing.
But because of the message that Remy heard on TV, he starts to genuinely believe that anyone can cook, and he acts accordingly. The movie clearly states what its central message is through Ego at the end of the movie.
In the past, I have made no secret of my disdain for Chef Gusteau's famous motto, "Anyone can cook," but I realize only now do I truly understand what he meant. Not everyone can become a great artist, but a great artist can come from anywhere.
The message is that even something as humble as a rat can accomplish great things. Okay, what then does the...
So there, he said what you said the message of the movie is. So he's just gonna ignore that, is he?
The movie and its writers expect us to do with this message.
I kind of think the message isn't so much that anyone can cook. It's actually more in line with saying, give everyone a chance to cook.
Right.
Step aside and allow new talent to flourish. But the problem is, that kind of messaging leads to things like letting 100 third world Indians into your country so that you can find the one talented coder. The other 99...
Where is this video going?
Might poop in the street, but you just gotta go with the flow and make sure you don't miss on that one really good coder. But since the phrase anyone can cook applies even to a rat, what the movie is actually saying is prejudice of any kind is unacceptable under...
I think two people are talking in this review. We're just supposed to kind of like Julian and Ding Dong just know that that's what they do. They make videos together.
Any circumstances. Also found it funny that Colette tells Linguini that every single member of Gusto's kitchen is a criminal, a liar, a cheat, some kind of outcast, and yet because of this movie's stance against prejudice, it's still not enough because they don't accept rats among their ranks. And naturally, this leads us to the movie's second core message, which is don't give up on your dreams. One of the more pernicious lies pushed by Ratatouille is that dreams can never be wrong or misguided. Time and time again, Remy's father shows him incontrovertible evidence that proves he will never be accepted.
But Remy had the means and the gumption and just kind of found the right human at the right time, right? Remy wasn't in the fucking desert of New Mexico where there's only rotten cow flesh to feast off of, you know? He's just a rat that was in the right place at the right time. You do need luck, but, like, it's not like I said, it'd be different if he wasn't in France and didn't have the accessibility to the dream.
By humans, no matter how hard he tries, yet Remy refuses to relent and give up on his dreams.
Take a good long look, Remy. This is what happens when a rat gets a little too comfortable around humans.
From the beginning of the movie until the very end, Remy barely changes. Literally every other human, aside from Linguini, Colette, and Ego, want him dead the moment they see him. And what's even worse, as we've said several times, Remy's dad, despite being 100% right about humans and how they view rats, eventually gives in and enables his son's self-destructive delusion because he discovers just how much cooking means to Remy.
This really means that much to you? We're not cooks, but we are family. You tell us what to do, and we'll get it done.
This is catastrophically bad messaging. The film is essentially saying that anyone who stands in your way is simply holding you back, and the only people who truly love you are those who blindly bend to your every whim.
I wonder what he thinks about the movie Rudy then. Like I said, it's kind of the same plot. Rudy wanted to be on Notre Dame, the football team. So he joined the boosters, he went to an auxiliary college, he fucking slept on the steps of motherfucking place, got into the booster club, and then finally he got his shot. You know, isn't this... The Ratatouille is the fucking Rudy movie. It's the exact same goddamn plot. Was that a poisonous message? Because I do think if Rudy happened nowadays, he'd be like Daniel Larson, and we'd be like, look at that freak.
Now, because of this, the movie places the burden of reconciliation on everyone but Remy. Remy's dad, Linguini, Colette, and Ego, and even all of the rat colony have to change their behavior to accommodate Remy and never the other way around.
Furthermore, because Remy accepts this premise that anyone can cook, this will also justify all of the insane actions.
Well, they didn't have to. Like I said, you're a rat. You lose some children, you gain some, or eat some once in a while, you know? Like, it's the dad loved him.
In service of fulfilling his dream of becoming a chef, Gusto's ideals enable Remy to commit the most cartoonishly selfish and irresponsible behavior, yet the movie always frames him as the sympathetic hero. He consistently chooses his passion for cooking over his family and repeatedly exposes not only himself, but his entire colony to danger. Even after he's just been captured and almost killed by Skinner, the movie's primary antagonist, he says that he views cooking and his family as equals.
I don't want you to think I'm choosing this over family. I can't choose between two halves of myself.
I'm not talking about cooking.
Not only is this an insane thing to say, but I don't believe him. When he initially gets separated from his family, he never attempts to search for them, and he teams up with Linguini and never looks back.
I mean, even whenever he's reunited with Emile and his family, Remy cannot wait to leave them behind to continue cooking at Gusto's.
I mean, same could be said about Joseph from the Bible. He wasn't too concerned about what his family was up to until he actually seen them around, because, like, things were going good for him.
Hey, what are we doing? Dad doesn't know you're alive yet. We've got to go to the colony. Everyone will be thrilled.
Yeah, but...
What?
Thing is, I kind of have to...
What do you have to more than family? What's more important here?
Well, it wouldn't hurt to visit.
And what's crazier is that attempts weren't even made to balance these two things out. Remy is more than happy to let his family potentially die from poison if it means he gets to go on cooking.
And finding someone to replace you for Poison Checker has been a disaster. Nothing's been poisoned, thank God, but it hasn't been easy.
I am sorry, Dad.
Well, the important thing is that you're home.
Yeah, well, about that.
Now, I gotta say, this...
Well, if I was a rat in Ratatouille world, the way around this is to make friends with the dog and get them to be the poison checker. Because then if something happens to that dog, they won't do the poisoning the rats thing anymore. They'll find another method.
This is an absolutely vile message to signal to a young audience. This will only lead to more sad people dying alone because they bought the lie that a career is just as important as family, if not more so.
I also want to point out that sometimes what the movie portrays as his passion for cooking.
Like, there's a difference, though, between being a line... Okay, said, now we got... I know I'd be dissing some users for being too pretentious, but then it's like, the chef shit is art to some people. That's the high culinary fucking French shit, I present the plate like this. That is an art. It's, like I said, it's Happy Feet. It's any movie where I'm gonna go follow my dream. He's acting like Ratatouille is a job as a line cook in fucking McDonald's, or as a fucking... She's a cafeteria lady.
Is actually just Remy's ego. We mentioned how poorly Remy treats his family and colony, but he's also perfectly fine using Linguini as his puppet, so long as he gets what he wants. After Linguini takes control of the restaurant, there's a press conference, and he nearly blows Linguini's cover just because he's jealous that Linguini doesn't tell the journalists that he is the true mastermind of the restaurant, which is absolutely nuts because they would immediately kill him and then shut the restaurant down for good.
You know, I can't help but wonder what Remy wanted Linguini to do here and how he expected this interview to play out.
What kind of shows you the delusion he's been living in. Does he think they're all going to celebrate him?
Okay, this criticism's fair. This is kind of like Morgana and Ryuji getting into a fight in Persona 5 out of nowhere, and it's annoying. This is like annoying shit in writing. Don't do this.
As the top chef of Paris.
That's what it seems like he wants. But then because of this, he just throws his entire relationship with Linguini away because Linguini doesn't give up the ruse, which Remy wants hidden, by the way.
And to even further prove just how little Remy cares about his family, right after this press conference, him and Linguini get into a fight, and previously, when Emile, Remy's brother, and his friends showed up outside of Gusteau's, they asked for food, and Remy was reluctant to give it to them because he didn't want to steal. However, right after this little fight him and Linguini have, he tells them to gather the entire colony so that they can all raid the kitchen. He only gives them food to spite the one human that is on his side in this movie, and endangers all of their lives in the process. This really just further proves what we've been saying. Horrible behavior can be excused as long as you chase your dreams.
Now, not only does Remy endanger himself and his family, but on top of all that, he also lies, cheats, steals, kidnaps Skinner and the health inspector, and he does all of this in service of his dream, meaning that there is no boundary this rat is not willing to cross if it means he can cook. And that kind of demonstrates...
It's not like he has a... Okay, yeah, that is a fair point. Picks family over career. Because, like, it's not like... It would be different if he had a wife and kids, right? He's a single bachelor rat. That's the time to go pursue your dream, right? It's not like he had responsibilities. You gotta leave the nest sometime. I wonder if these people who have made the video have.
It's that Gusteau's motto, anyone can cook, can be used to casually hand-wave away every rotten decision, because to give up on a dream is totally unacceptable according to the film's own logic.
And if we follow this doctrine in the real world, it often ends up in young adults sharing a moldy apartment in LA with 8 other people, paying $4K a month in rent, relying...
That's true, but then they figure it the fuck out and go back home.
...on blind hope for a better opportunity in the future. This is exactly what the elites want. They want you isolated and demoralized so that you're...
Like, I mean, I think he's true. It does seem like all these people that sign up for 1 billion credit cards they don't need... Sounds like they've gotten mind-trapped into that.
Easy to control, and will gladly...
Yes, we're talking about the elites in a Ratatouille fucking review, you best believe.
...gladly accept your role as a cog in the machine that overwhelmingly benefits their interests, and not your own.
You need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. There's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. So it's a dynamic that has to change. We've got to kill that attitude.
You know, I noticed something else about this movie. Ratatouille posits that it's a thing to be celebrated when talented people pursue their dreams, but never once does it stop to ask the most important question of all: at what cost? I mean, at any point in the movie, does Remy ever get reprimanded or punished for all of his misdeeds and irresponsible behavior?
There it is. The user spotted, everybody. Remy did a bad thing, and did he ever get punished for it? I don't like it when in my movies people don't get punished for bad things, because it happened to me one time. I guess I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with the Disney brain stuff, though, actually, in the elite stuff. It's just, yeah, we all know it, but what does that have to do with Ratatouille? In a story, like, am I wrong that this Ratatouille story is kind of the same, like, Rudy story and fucking Joseph seeing his family after he made it in Egypt? It's all the same.
And what's worse, not only does he not get reprimanded, he gets validated. But insult's also added to injury whenever you consider another one of the film's primary messages, which is that criticism of any kind is massively destructive.
And you see that right from the start of this movie, where the writers set the stage for how they feel about critics in how they portray Anton Ego. His name alone already indicates how the creatives behind this movie feel about criticism of their work. It's not exactly subtle.
You're criticizing their critic character who's criticizing the restaurant where the rat made the food in the Disney movie. Whoa.
When we first see him in the opening, he looks like a vampire, and they even give him the moniker the Grim Eater. And later, when we see him in the writer's room of his house, it's shaped like a coffin, and his typewriter looks like a skull. They could not be more on the nose with how against criticism they are.
It's heavily insinuated that the reason for Gusto's death was his sorrow at the loss of his 5th star as a result of Ego's bad review of the restaurant.
This is the creatives behind this film using Ego as a vehicle to seethe at fair criticism, but also they financially gain if standards are in the tank and everything gets positive reviews.
We don't see Ego again until near the end of the movie when he shows up to destroy Linguini's career with a review. But luckily for Linguini, Remy's there to save him. And Remy chooses to serve him ratatouille, which, as Colette notes in the movie, is a peasant dish. Now, you would think this wouldn't impress a renowned critic like Ego, but luckily this was his favorite childhood dish, and it invoked his nostalgia for his childhood. Maybe you read this differently than me, but this kind of seems like a not so subtle way of the writers telling us that even the harshest critic is only that way because he is deeply biased.
That's what I took away from it. It's that he's not actually credible.
Is that what you guys took from that scene? I think the scene was this food took him back to childhood before, you know, they ate all this fancy shit, before he made this identity, back to a time of purity when he was young. I thought that was the point.
Because he still suffers from the same bias everyone else does.
Yeah, it's all just your opinion, man.
But after the big meal, Ego learns that the chef was actually a rat, and he not only accepts it, but decides to become an investor in a new restaurant with that rat as the head chef. And in this scene, we have a core message clearly spelled out for us through Ego's monologue.
In many ways, the work of a critic is easy. We risk very little, yet enjoy a position over those who offer up their work and themselves to our judgment. We thrive on negative criticism, which is fun to write and to read. But the bitter truth we critics must face is that in the grand scheme of things, the average piece of junk is probably more meaningful than our criticism designating it so.
His little spiel here is crazy to me. He delegitimizes his life's work and his own vocation to simp for a rat. This is clearly the writer signaling to the audience that having standards are bad. Ego's next line in this monologue reveals the true value that a critic can have by the movie standards.
But there are times when a critic truly risks something, and that is in the discovery and defense of the new. The world is often unkind to new talent, new creations. The new needs friends.
So by this...
I guess that would be admitting you have a bias, though, of, oh, I liked this person until they were pro this thing I don't like. Now I gotta defend those who are bullied.
Movie's logic. A critic is not valuable for pointing out flaws or suggesting improvements. Their value is in making sure that prejudice doesn't keep real talent from shining. In this case, a literal rat.
Have you noticed that Hollywood has this weird fascination with making traditionally gross or ugly characters and creatures the heroes of their stories?
Yeah, it's almost like a lot of the people behind these Hollywood movies see themselves in these rodents, and they've got to constantly remind you that you should allow them into places and jobs they don't belong.
Now, Ego ends his big monologue.
Suspicious.
What's this person trying to say? I detected I'm a white woman after all. Let me dip my finger on my tongue and point it to the wind. What do I sense? I sense a bit of the bigotry.
At the end by saying,
To say that both the meal and its maker have challenged my preconceptions about fine cooking is a gross understatement. They have rocked me to my core.
Now, up until this point, Ego has been portrayed as a vampire that preys upon the real artists brave enough to put their creations on display for the world to see. And his redemption comes only once he loosens up on his rigid worldview and learns to be more open-minded.
Open-minded to have a disgusting rodent handle his food before he eats it, by the way.
Yeah, but that's good because he's not...
Like the poisonous message of Ratatouille, they're anti-follow your dreams. But, like, they can't get over the premise of this movie.
Prejudice. Don't you know racism is the worst crime you could possibly commit?
Finding out that a rat cooked his meal should have disgusted Ego, but instead he embraces it, simply because the new, as he called it in his monologue, must be objectively good, because it stands in opposition to the established way. Ego exists simply to show us that having standards stifles creativity and deprives us of experiencing the work of.
Said I don't think it's wrong and the elites want you to follow unobtainable dreams, so you ring up a whole bunch of credit cards while you're young, because when you're young's the time to strike, and then you're gonna make a whole bunch of mistakes and blow a whole bunch of money and not know what the fuck you're doing, and someone's gonna profit out of there. I totally believe what this guy's saying, but I don't think Ratatouille is responsible.
Truly great artists due to our own prejudices. And it's clear as day that prejudice is so evil in the minds of the writers of this film that deception is excused as long as it is in service of overcoming that prejudice. No one would ever eat at a restaurant if they knew the chef was a rat, but lying to your customers is totally justified as long as it allows a marginalized group like the rats to succeed.
So I take it the writers aren't big on this whole consent thing?
Well, I think that's obvious when you look at my boy Remy, who just forced Linguini onto Colette in that one scene.
No!
Yeah.
Let's now shift focus to talking about some of the characters. Every character in Ratatouille is defined by where they stand in relation to Remy and whether or not they support his dream. If they support him, they are good. And if they resist him for any reason, they're bad. There's no...
Does this guy have a video on B-movie? I might need to investigate that. I want to know what his take on, you know, human beings selling out their own flower and honey business for these fucks is.
Nuance, there's no argumentation. The only person that can be accepted as good is the one who blindly submits to Remy's every whim.
Let's start this discussion with the primary antagonist, Chef Skinner. Almost every single thing that Skinner is villainized for throughout this movie ends up being the objectively correct decision. Had he fired Linguini on the spot when he first spots him in the pantry talking to Remy, the restaurant would still be open.
Skinner's also the only person in the kitchen who seems to care that Linguini is acting nuts. Linguini moves around the kitchen like he's the corpse in Weekend at Bernie's. And for the crime of noticing, Skinner has to be gaslit, humiliated, and punished.
One piece of dishonest framing the movie gives Skinner is they try to paint him as this soulless corporate shill because he creates a successful frozen food brand with the restaurant's branding.
I mean, this same criticism could be lobbed at Squidward. What'd he ever do wrong?
And they try to imply that he's sullying Gusteau's reputation by compromising on the restaurant's artistic integrity.
What are corn dogs? Cheap sausages dipped in batter and deep fried. You know.
Guy slap.
And I really don't get this. This was a profitable venture that didn't affect the quality of the actual restaurant food as far as we're shown. So what is worse? That some snobs might turn up their nose because Gusteau's is selling mini corn dogs or burritos in the supermarket, or the whole place being shut down because it has rats in the kitchen? And like any sane person would do, once Skinner realizes there is a rat in the kitchen, he rightfully tries to get rid of it and Linguini for allowing it in the kitchen, which is totally logical, and anyone that actually gave a crap about the business would do the same. I think an argument that people will try to make for him being evil is the fact that he didn't tell Linguini that he's Gusteau's heir because it would have given him full control of the restaurant. Skinner is...
I mean, we've seen this plot over and over again in our medieval fantasies.
Clearly self-interested and wants the restaurant for himself, but it's perfectly logical for him to want to keep it a secret because Linguini's mother explicitly asked him not to tell him that Gusteau was his father. Not to mention, they paint Skinner as crazy for being suspicious of Linguini, but as Skinner correctly points out, some random boy arriving right before Gusteau's will expires with a letter from his recently deceased mother that no one knew about, claiming to be Gusteau's son, is indeed
highly suspect.
But shifting focus now to Anton Ego, aka Review Bruh's dad. Ego is one of the movie's many attempts to strawman those who don't agree with the movie's message. They frame Ego as this miserable old fart who doesn't like anything and is only negative because it's fun and gets a lot of attention. However, Ego's words paint a very different picture. Ego isn't critical of food because he hates it. Ego has incredibly high standards because, as he says in the movie,
I don't like food, I love it.
He's critical because he has high standards and rightly understands that love doesn't exist without judgment, which is a truism that is totally lost on us in this current media hellscape. If standards evaporate, so too does quality. This necessarily means that some hopeful aspiring chefs will fall short of the standard even if their dream is to cook. And if we are so endlessly tolerant that we accept something just because it's new, then we're practically begging for quality to take a nosedive.
This is how we ended up with me.
I mean, not necessarily true, because no matter where the world is, culture and whatnot, don't we always vote with our dollars? If quality sucks there, I imagine at some fucking point you would teach yourself to fucking cook and go buy groceries, you know, if all your fucking restaurants in your town just gave you shit at some point. Or, you know, eat some fucking Chef Boyardee. No, I don't think you can actually get rewarded for failing in the restaurant industry. It is actually the most cutthroat of the industries, because you either make it or you don't.
Media out of the movies industry, the TV industry, the games industry, that is such trash, is that instead of demanding better, instead of viewing it as a transaction, people take on these properties and make it their identity and will defend it to the death no matter how garbage it is.
And then sit there and screech self-righteously let people enjoy things, instead of actually focusing on the quality of the thing that's been delivered.
Both Skinner and Ego are rebuked because they represent the status quo. Skinner is shamed for the incredibly logical perspective that rats don't belong in the kitchen, whereas Ego is able to find his redemption in overcoming his prejudice and accepting rodents handling his food.
What a hero. What are we talking about, dude? What is this message?
The good guys always accept the unacceptable, dude. And if you need help differentiating between the good and bad guys, just remember the classic Hollywood rule. The bad guys are short and or ugly because the writers always have to project their own insecurities onto the messages they disagree with.
I don't know if that's exactly true. I don't do that with my writing. Because I think the actor should play this villain if it was ever a real script, right? What the fuck?
Now, contrast the antagonist that we just went over with the protagonist of this movie. I don't feel like we even need to touch Remy. We've gone over at length how selfish and deceptive he is. But what are the positive qualities that Linguini possesses?
The answer's none. Linguini is Ratatouille's Forrest Gump. He is a completely useless retard who's little more than a leaf in the wind. He can't even be a garbage boy properly. Within the first 5 minutes of working at Gusteau's, he spills the soup. This guy's an absolute golem that exists solely to help redefine the main message of the movie and to serve Remy as he demolishes his father's legacy.
The movie clearly subverts our expectations by making Remy the one to whom the phrase anyone can cook gets applied and not Linguini. I also found it funny that the writers want so badly to subvert the status quo by having Linguini, who's this son of a renowned chef, be a terrible cook, yet a literal rat is Gordon Ramsay. However, throughout the entire movie, when Remy gets himself into a jam, like when Skinner captures him, or when the entire kitchen staff quits on the night that Ego's there to review, he gets bailed out by his family only because his father, Django, happens to be the head of the Rat Clan. They would not do this for some random member of the Rat Clan who went out of his way to abandon them. These movies can never have a consistent logical message because the values of the people in Hollywood are illogical.
One of the things I find really disturbing about Ratatouille is that it's going to fool a lot of people because its messaging is quite subtle. And one of the ways they get that through is through this really deceptive wordplay.
This video came out a month ago. This movie's been out for years. They should be worried. Everyone's getting destroyed. We're on the last act. It's almost over. This is all about Hollywood and what they're trying to do to you.
The lesson the movie teaches is that anyone can cook. But instead of actually meaning anyone can cook, what it means is don't let prejudice blind you to genuine talent, wherever that talent may come from. No matter the cost, we have an obligation to let anyone cook. That's the message. That's the real message. Then message number 2 is the movie says chase your dreams, which sounds good on the surface, but a deeper examination shows that what this really means is irresponsibly sacrificing everything for the sake of fulfilling your own personal ambitions. If your family or friends don't support you, what that means is they're nothing more than ignorant haters who are just trying to hold you back. And then finally, the movie sends the message criticism is destructive. Now, this means that we should never criticize someone who attempts to chase their dreams because anyone can cook after all. And who are we to deny them their dreams? This necessarily means that standards have to be lowered to accommodate the outsider, which is what this movie is trying to push. Accepting outsiders, let anyone through the gates, evaporate standards. So what do you get when you try and...
Well, this was a video someone made. Okay. I'm gonna take a break, but when we come back, not only will we do the brainstorming sesh, but how this stupid game made this much money. Game dev log stuff. This was a video of all time, you think? I don't know why that was made. I don't understand. But alright. Give me a few so we can get into brainstorming mode. We'll get the hot tunes a-poppin', and then it will be time to discuss what path to go down. Dun dun dun. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Ignore me. Da, 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 da.
教えてよその仕組みを僕の中に誰かいるの壊れたよこの世界で君変わる何も見えずに crazy has to do with how you make me struggle to get your attention. Calling you brings apprehension. Text from you and sex from you are things that are not so uncommon. But with you, you're all about it. Tell me why I feel unwanted. Damn, if you didn't want me back, why'd you have to act like that? It's confusing to the core, cause I know you want it. Oh, and if you don't wanna be something substantial with me, then why do you give me more? Babe, I know you want it. Say that you want me every day, that you want me every way, that you need me, got me tripping, super psycho love. Hey, pull the trigger, feel the pain, getting bigger, go insane from a bit of feeling, tripping, super psycho love. Super psycho, super psycho love. Don't see us. Pull me off to darkened corners where all other eyes avoid us. Tell me how I mesmerize you. I love you and despise you. Back to the ground and you ignore me. Bedroom eyes to those before me. How am I supposed to handle it? The fuse and miss the candle. Damn, if you wanna let me go, baby, please just let me know. You're not gonna get away with leading me on. Say that you want me every day, that you want me every way, that you need me, got me tripping.
Hey guys and gals.
Alright, I'm a bit nervous with this one, revealing all of my ideas, but this is a game dev vlog still at the end of the day, even though, and you know my favorite genre of videos is, guys, I didn't put out a video because such and such and such and such, and you know, you guys just care so much about my small channel, let me explain every higher horrifying detail. Now, I got the problem where I got a billion ideas, and like I said, if I could just... The beginning of writing is the hardest fucking part. Like, after that, I'm good. I think I've gotten way better at coming up with the medium in the end. But... last year, I was working on a project, so this is one of the pitches as well. I have several pitches. This is something I've done some character work on, and this is what started getting me into watching all the Ewus and all the body cams. I like Digimon growing up, and I like Fate Stay Night now. What do they have in common? They're kind of like the companion type of, you know, they get this random monster, they have their partner. How does their personalities work together? Because like the Digimon animes, it kind of more was like when them and their partner worked together and were aligned, that's when they would digivolve and stuff. I've always liked this genre. And I thought it would be fun is, what if I make my own characters, and I make my own type of creatures that, you know, may or may not evolve and all that stuff to defend the children. Just don't call it Digimon. And like, but here's the twist. Like, these characters find out before they went to the digital world, will do some Danganronpa shit. They were all serial killers and shit, and actually, like, being sent to this Digimon-like fucking world is kind of their Silent Hill-like test to see if they can save themselves. And I actually have a lot of stuff, and it has another interesting twist within it. I did work on that last summer, where I, like, wrote down all the profiles and all this random stuff to it. Said I was in a writing mood last year. I have that on file. But then we have our Oregon Trail-like adventure that we've been working on for since we were playing Oregon Trail, where it's simply, we've got the plot down of the Time Tree. The Time Tree is where Father Time lives, and if you go down the tree, you go through all the different time branches. And we can meet many people along the way, just like the Oregon Trail, when we go trading, and we just make more in-depth mechanics for the trading and the talking to people and the multiple storylines. And since we're keeping it in the style of Oregon Trail, we don't have to do very much art at all. We'll make it interesting. We'll have a 16-bit color palette, I believe, but we don't got to do much work at all. So really it just comes down to more writing and creating of the characters and doing fun things with the pixel art. There is absolutely no reason I can't get started on that one now. And we've done some work. We got a brainstorming sheet on that one, right? Is that something that can always be worked on? Because like I said, it's more of a visual novel. More of a visual novel item collection game. But then comes the birds. Let me explain. I wrote about this on Discord. I'll go get it and use it like a script. I put it in writings and musings. No, this was about a serial killer who was a drug dealer. I mean, no, a superhero who's a drug dealer, because someone has to be. Did I put it in show and tell? Okay. So, and this is why we watched a Ratatouille video before this. As I said, there's a reason. Because I've also thought about writing movie scripts and such. Because, like, what could it hurt to just write a movie script? Because then if you want to make, like, a storyline for a video game or some shit, you already got some dialogue down. Like I said, you can always recycle work for something else. I wanted to always make, like, a Pixar Disney movie. Kind of like they're talking with Ratatouille, but just, like, not implanting, I don't know, implanting kind of morals, but, like, morals that are up to interpretation, for you to make up your own decision. Because the cartoons back in my day didn't treat people fucking stupid. They didn't hold your hand. Sometimes people died. It's true. So I'm going to read, this will be a plot. I'm gonna pitch the plot, but then I'm gonna explain what, like, the battle system and the gameplay would be like. Let me take a second to sip my coffee. Load up. No one's winning except everyone who's gonna hear this amazing pitch. If you were on Discord, you already saw it, but I'll go more in depth and give commentary on it as I read. And I don't know, some of you might say that plot is fucking stupid. I never said I couldn't take criticism, just like the rest of people on this internet.com with all this drama. It's like, sometimes you will get bad criticism, where it's like, I don't like this character's mean. But it's like, that person's opinion's stupid. You know that's not an actual critical thing. You know your story needs villains and shit, right? So, like, just don't listen to that criticism. Alright, I start this out with, because, you know, I'm just an exciting person on Discord. Since I'm obsessed with my bird's eye feed, free pets outside that you don't have to clean up after, I have come up with the desire to write a DreamWorks Pixar-style story that will be way better than Rio, in something fresh but nostalgic. That's what I came out with my super Don Draper-like pitch right here. Way better than Rio. Picture, if you will, your favorite Latino actor and or voice actor. They will be playing Donnie, the field sparrow. Now, Donnie is from a family of 16. Sparrows have big families. None of them stick out or is special. But luckily, he has a bit of clout, because one of the birds he grew close to, thinking it was his cousin, was a cardinal that hadn't gotten its color yet. He's got a cardinal friend, you see, because they're not born red right away. They kind of look like a sparrow when they're babies. They kind of blend in. Yeah, thank you for listening, as I explain my bird plot. So this sparrow hangs out with this cardinal because they grew close. They thought they were cousins and shit, because the cardinal's parents kind of didn't pay attention that much. It's a whole thing. They all live in the suburbs, first of all, And that's important because these type of birds, like if you live in this area, they don't migrate, they don't go south, they don't need to. They got everything they fucking need in the suburbs, right? They just build a nest under your shrubbery and they're fucking fine. Because fucking idiots like me feed them, so they don't go anywhere. So I was thinking, this is actually interesting in the culture of birds. Like, what are the ones that migrate and like go across and down south and shit? Think of the ones that don't go anywhere. Like, it's like, are there fucking uncultured hillbillies, aren't they? That's kind of what led me to creating this shit. Like I said, I'm kind of reading and then just adding my own commentary. I'm all over the place. You know. Alright. Now, cardinals, they are the popular crowd. They got clout, and further up in the caste system, other birds don't care about random brown sparrows, but they take cardinals seriously, because they're bright red. This red bro is the liberal progressive white man, I don't know why I wrote this, that explains to the sparrow the caste system, along with his probably lesbian friend Robin the Robin. Guys, I said it's me being a liberal this week. Did y'all think I wasn't going to make woke propaganda? Of course I was. The fuck? It goes! This is the class system. This is very important. This is the character Bible. This will be kept in mind when making types. Trash brown sparrows. They're the lowest of the low. Then woodpeckers. This is because the woodpeckers annoy everyone with the pecking of the fucking wood early in the morning. They don't like that shit. So that's why woodpeckers are just immediately frowned upon. Cardinals and the other colorful birds. Those are the cool people. Robins are the jocks. They're like the athletes. And then the popular kids obsessed with keeping the caste system in order. The blue jays. They don't have the right to be as pretty as they are, you know? Clearly, the story is starting off in the suburbs. This is the culture of the birds who live there. You know, the suburbs. So I'm sure these birds are worldly and know all sorts of things. Through a bit of clout, Donnie the Sparrow witnesses a female blue jay. Serenity is a tick-tweet star. We're not using the word TikTok. But yes, influencing will play a part in this story. She always does tricks when fetching peanuts and takes them out of a kid's hands so humans know who she is. That means she has the most clout of any bird in the burbs. Well, I'm so cool. Donnie recognizes the bird caste system doesn't matter if humans think about you and talk about you. That's true. Like, if a sparrow's noticed by a human and they throw seed to it and they're like, you're so cool, sparrow, caste system doesn't matter. That human was like, that's a cool bird, right? That's how this works. Humans decide what birds are cool or not. The blue jay befriends him. Oh no, Donnie recognizes the bird caste system doesn't matter if humans think about you and talk about you. So he does his best to learn tricks and also to get caught in viral videos. So then he'll show up on the news and shit, right? Then he's the popular bird. The blue jay befriends him, but not out of the niceness of her heart. She worries this sparrow will break their precious caste system. The fucking blue... You always got that character that's like, no, remember High School Musical? No, 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 no. Stick to the status quo. That is this blue jay. Like, it wants the caste system and the fucking fish on the bottom. Needs it. Because, you know, God forbid, all the birds start all thinking they're equal or something, actually, and don't... Like, there's no reason all these sparrows need to fly the fuck away outside when the cardinals are making their squawks and squeaks. Like, what the fuck is that one bird gonna do to you? 16 of you motherfuckers. You can't gang up on them? These birds, like, it's like nature refuses to let them all work together and gang up on a motherfucker. They really do follow a caste system. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I'm the nerd who's been bird watching. They do! the fucking sparrows will be fucking around, but then you'll hear that metallic click, the cardinal's in town, so everyone get the fuck out the way, clear the way, the king bird has fucking arrived. But then you hear something that sounds like a motherfucking crow, but no, it's a blue jay, and they're like, oh shit, everybody clear out. The Navy's coming. You said caste system, indeed. That's what led me to writing all this crazy shit. Alright, so the blue jay befriended Donnie, the field sparrow. Donnie vents about how great it is to go viral. His family and the robins didn't believe in him, and now his dreams of being someone comes true. Uh-oh, I'm in that Ratatouille fucking space now. Making a story about dreams coming true. That's why you know what you do with these plots? Simple. You make a video game. Because if the dream of the person doesn't come true, that's your fucking fault, player. You didn't beat the game. So that's the lesson. Because that video was leaving this part out. Ratatouille was cooking good food. It wasn't like he was working at McDonald's or some shit. Like, he had talent. And because he had talent, it didn't matter that he was a rat. Yeah, I cannot believe a user missed the point of fucking Ratatouille. But that's what we're fixing with our story here. Alright. Donnie vents about how great it is to go viral. You know, our story's gotta be modern for the kids. His family and robins didn't believe in him, and now his dreams of being someone comes true. The blue jay then makes sure to tell Donnie it's a shame he stays in the suburbs where no one believes in him. He would make a much better difference out by the highway, where more humans will see him. See, now keep in mind, this sparrow has never left the suburbs. But the blue jay's seen what it's like next to the highway. This blue jay's fucking cultured, motherfuckers. It thinks that you'd have way better luck out there. Getting human attention. Fucking attention seeker. And no one will take a privileged suburban bird seriously. Yeah, the blue jay lets Donnie know, like, we're privileged here in the suburbs. They got it hard out there. Like, no one's gonna listen to you if you've never left your gated community. You gotta go by the highway, Donnie. He really needs to go to the highway and parking lots to get culture around here. She really wants him to go off and die, so she puts on as much white guilt, even though she's a blue jay, talking points as possible. Also saying other cultures are superior, because they don't have caste systems out in the wild. Actually, birds are more free out there. They don't judge each other on the color of their feathers. Because out there, it's just kill or be killed. They'll fucking eat you. Those are cannibal birds out there. I had a sweet robin nest on my porch once upon a time as a kid, and I was so happy there were baby birdies in there. And then the next day, a motherfucking chicken hawk. Like that little creature from the Loghorn what was it? Loghorn, Foghorn. Whatever, I'm gonna watch that Acme movie and I'll remember. The little chicken hawk that's like always out here ready to fight someone. One of those fuckers came and ate a whole family of robins. It's fucking savage out there. I don't think the suburban birds are ready for that. And that's exactly what I'm gonna communicate. Go to a better culture. Oh wait, it's a whole bunch of fucking eagles and actual birds of prey and vultures and shit. They don't care about your caste system because it's simply who loses in a fight and who's edible today. It's all about survival, bitch. Yeah, Foghorn Leghorn, thank you. This is almost death for the lonely sparrow because some of the first birds he meets are birds of prey. I wrote parentheses. They are Native Americans. I don't know why I'd do that. That's fucking... This is a Pixar movie. Or at least it was pitched as one. Who befriended him despite not knowing anything about the internet. They just want to eat him. Yeah, birds of prey don't give a fuck about humans. Like... What I don't ever understand. Everybody ever see vultures eating roadkill at the side of the road? We're asking a lot of bird questions today. So, you know, the vultures come down and they chow on the roadkill. That's fair. That's their job. They're the scavengers and they're the cleanup crew, right? How's come every time a car comes next to them, they fly the fuck away? Like, after the 80th fucking time, you think you'd realize, oh, cars drive by. I don't know. Evolution's failing them bitches. I just think they waste so much calories just fucking flying up and down, more than they could ever get from eating corpses. Alright. Like I said, bird psychology day. Alright. This is almost death. Okay. It is explained to him there is no caste system in this part of bird world. It's just eat or be eaten. Luckily, an owl, our favorite animal, another bird of prey, shows up and saves the sparrow. This owl doesn't like eating other birds, and his mother always told him to take pity on other living things who needs help. So he kinda got a vegan owl. Well, like, he'll eat mice, because those are gross, right? Like, but eating other birds, nah, this one lives in the woods, but is a bit better. When both birds agree that they come from terrible places where the weak aren't allowed to live and are always oppressed and shit, they embark on a journey to the city to see if life is better there. Guys think it will be. Oh. It isn't. Pigeons are insane and will eat their own young if they want to. The most self-obsessed, bottom-feeding creatures. And despite not being cute or having any redeeming qualities, they treat other birds like garbage. So basically, the pigeons are LA folk. By this point, Robin and Cardinal have heard the Blue Jay bragging about how Donnie is dead. Remember, these are his best friends since childhood. And the Blue Jay's like, lol, that fucking loser went to the highway. By this point, Robin and Cardinal have heard the Blue Jay bragging about how Donnie is dead, so being the good friends they are, they now journey to find him. We got a regular Land Before Time, like, fucking story, right? They're all gonna go to the Great Valley. They have their own bad experience in the city, and by this point, Donnie is recognized by humans who cage him so they can use him for their own TikTok. And Alfred can't help during the day because he's asleep. This friend isn't like the ultimate bodyguard because he sleeps during the day. It's a real point of contention, really. We gotta keep that in mind. Luckily, his friends rescue him. The story's about friendship. They came for him. The Cardinal and the Robin, two people that are 2 tiers above him in the caste system, came to get him because they're his fucking friend, and that's what mattered. Not that he was a sparrow, right? So they're all good at keeping each other alive in their little flock that they form, so they decide to take another try at finding a new land elsewhere. There's gotta be a place that's better than the suburbs, but not as bad as the city or the highway. Gotta be a place out there, the Great Valley, the Utopia, the paradise where everyone treats each other nicely and you never have to worry about anything, right? That's what these birds are looking for. They're all good at keeping each other alive in their little flock they form, so they decide to take another try at trying to find a land elsewhere. They tried the beach, but the seagulls, who are like Somalian pirates, I wrote, weren't having it, and bullied and exiled them in a rigged court proceeding. They say they are deporting these birds, but actually they sell them to slavery to a large parrot king in Brazil. So yeah, this is like our third act villain, this fucking evil Somali pirate king fucking parrot, macaw. It's gonna be a macaw. I just can't decide if it's gonna be a blue one or a red one. That matters. Some birds do fine under this horrible restrictive regime, because some are slaves, and then some don't. It's a moment when the team almost splits apart in the Great Valley. The Great Valley isn't my story, but that's what I wrote there. The ones who want to keep fighting, and those who either want to give up or run away and go home. but after defeating the Parrot King as a team, they agree the suburbs wasn't perfect, but they can't change anything by running away. Other cultures indeed aren't the same as theirs, and maybe there is a better one out there. But at the end of the story, culture is what you create with your friends and the people you love. That is the moral. You create the world around you. So who the fuck cares what dirt's from where and where we're going? But of course the joke would have been they were only 10 feet away from the from the Garden of Eden where the dodos are living in peace for thousands of years. They were so close to finding that. But they go back to the suburbs where then they make fun of that blue jay. And now, like I said, I thought that would be great for like a Pixar or a DreamWorks type situation, because from what I've been hearing about these kids' movies, I don't know, and I got like the climax, I just have to like write dialogue and make a script. I think this is a pretty good outline manuscript thing. But it's like, what I think about a turn-based video game for this, because there is something that would tickle my heart about me doing rotoscope pixel art, meaning it's based on like an actual real-life fucking bird. No cute anime style, like, and I mean like cardinals and shit still look cool, but like, just the idea, because you guys remember the bird dating sim? There was something weird about that, how, you know, it's the joke of it's the bird, it's a picture of a bird. A bird isn't fucking sexy, but like, I was thinking that would be a cool type of pixel art to do. That's why I was making the ant, because the tutorial of the game was gonna be done with you being the ant, but then Donnie comes and eats you. And it's actually a bird story. And that was my pitch. And I kind of already thought about like this battle system where they got their beak, claws, and wings, and you can get accessories, like when they get to the city and shit, they can start making like mechanical accessories and shit. And I would have a battle system where you can't use the same type of move twice in a row, so you can only have 3 moves. Pokemon gives you 4. Here you only get 3. Because you only have 3 weapons and you can't use the same in a row. Like, there'll be a whole thing with this. Yeah, that's my pitch. So what I need to do from this point forward, because we still have the time travel idea, I just need to actually make a schedule, a to-do list, because this is how I work with creative projects, really. You just really need to make a to-do list and treat everything like jigsaw puzzles and say, today I'm going to get one of these things done. And when you finally get that first thing done, you have a simple thing on there, like make a title or whatever. When you check that off the list, then you're going to feel like getting to work on all those others. I actually think that is the best method, and I never do it. That's why I know it works, because take the advice I don't take. But I'm going to start doing that. Gonna make a to-do list. And because I want to work on multiple projects, because when I get burnt out on one, I can switch to another. I don't know. I think that's a smart pitch. Like I said, I've got many ideas. I just gotta write fucking scripts. That's my problem. And then I think now that it is still impressive, as much as I've been down on myself for the lack of work and shit I've been doing, it's still kind of impressive I taught myself the pixel art this year, because as I write this stuff eventually, like, I'll know what it will look like in my head, because I can make it. So yeah, that's where we are. I pitched 3 things, actually. But this person's stupid game made a lot of money. It's time for a post-mortem game dev log, I think. Let's see.
Today, we'll take a look at the revenue, some statistics, and how, with a simple game, we made history. You know those fake ads, right? When you click on it, the game looks totally different. It's been a famous scam for years that made billions of dollars. While working as a cashier to repay my debts, I decided to fix it by making the real game, and I
Oh. So this person saw the fake games that they used to throw all over the App Store and said, I'll just make that game. Free idea, you know. Honestly.
created this YouTube channel to promote it. The plan was simple: make what people asked for, get more visibility than the scams in the top charts, and as a result, beat the fake games. Listen, this video will be crazy, so you have to stay tuned in.
Sorry, I think this is the smartest marketing advice we've ever been seen. I'm being dead serious about this one. Make the game that people actually looked at and said, wait, what is that? And then be seen. Simple.
Before we start, this is the percentage of my viewers that are subscribed to the channel. Guys, this video is not sponsored and not monetized, so if you want more real games, just subscribe. In the first 3 videos about Real War, I told you I had big plans for it, and I promised that I would share the revenue and my promotion strategies with complete transparency. Let's go back to the beginning. First, I made the prototype in 4 days, then I sent it to Apple and Google, and it got rejected because fake games were already showing fake screenshots that looked exactly like the ads. So according to Apple and Google, my game looked fake. I paid $99 per year for Apple and $20 for Google Play. Then I spent months negotiating with both platforms, and eventually the game got approved. Perfect. Now it was finally time to promote it. But first, I added ads to the game. I wanted to make sure that if the game blew up, it could help me repay my 4 years debt. Then I made an 8-minute YouTube video in French about the game. 30,000 views. To me, that was huge. It brought some downloads and generated $148 over 28 days. Then I made several TikTok videos in French using CapCut and my iPhone 12. Together, they got 300,000 views and generated $1,008 over 12 days. That was just amazing. Then, inspired by a YouTuber who reposted one of his French videos in English, I decided to translate my
He's actually already done better and is more ahead of anyone else we've seen their fucking I released my game on Steam or the App Store videos.
Entire video in English. I had to train my English by reading my script again and again and again until I could finally understand myself speaking, even though some people still don't understand me. Then I created my English channel and uploaded my first video, and you guys completely changed my life. The video exploded, over 400,000 views, and it generated $22,000 over 64 days. At that point, I was in shock. And honestly, if the story ended there, $20,000 was already life-changing money for me. I could repay my debts, quit my boring job, and focus on my passion, making games. Then I tried short-form content in English. Instagram worked surprisingly well. I got about 500,000.
He must be doing pretty good in life if 20 grand is all of his debts off and fucking profit land and he can do games full time. That's all he needs. Damn.
Views there alone. The other platform didn't work at all, but it still generated about $500 over 7 days. I thought the story was over, the game was slowly dying, and I had already started working on the next real game, which is up by the way. But then, an old developer friend came to me with an offer, and that offer completely changed the future of Real War. The goal was simple: measure whether the game could be profitable through paid acquisition. And if it worked, he was ready to spend over $10,000 per day to promote it. In exchange, he would take a share of the profit of the game. I still own the game and make the decisions. So first, I had to record and edit ads, a lot of ads. Then he spent about $800 over 10 days. It got us about 3,000 players, and the game generated $500. So yeah, we lost $200, but we got enough players to analyze the game's market potential, and the results were very promising. At that point, acquiring one player cost around 30 cents, and each player generated about 50 cents. So every player generated about 20 cents of profit. In theory, let's say we spend $300,000. It should generate $500,000, which means $200,000 of profit, right? But it's not that easy. The more money you spend, the more expensive players become, so if you spend too much, you can easily put yourself into debts. But I'm lucky, my friend is very good at what he does. He managed to make profit every day with my ads. He spent $28,000 over 50 days, and we were making about $1,000 per day. Before increasing the budget to increase profit, we decided to wait. We voluntarily stayed small and focused on improving retention and playtime first. For
this and the Jeremy Hambly thing where, like, they pay to have their YouTube content to be the ads, and I guess that fucking actually kills your CRT because people, you know, hit that skip button more than not. So that comes off as your contents now. It's getting skipped all the time. There never seems to be profit in paying for exposure.
My friend hired an entire team of developers and artists. Today, we are about 6 people working on the game. They created a much harder version of the game than mine, with incremental upgrades, similar to the game Epic Plane Evolution. You know, I thought my version would win, because it had skins, quests, an endless mod, a leaderboard, and about 30 different levels, while their version had only 2 levels and upgrades. That's it. So we A/B tested both versions to see which one was best. And there was no doubt, I got destroyed. People played the version twice as much as mine. They played longer, they came back more often, and they generated at least twice as much money per player, with only 2 levels. Normally, the game would have slowly died, but this new version gave it a new start. After adding more levels and improving the justiness, we released it to all new players. The promotion budget kept increasing. 110 developer from Lost on Steam even created a playable ad. We kept adding levels, bosses, environments, gems, levels like more fake ads, soldiers merging into stronger soldiers. We created tons of new features that are continuously being A/B tested, so many players have different features even though they have the same version. It's honestly surreal to watch my little project become something this big. Guys, I'm just a self-taught developer who has been making games since the age of 14, and right now it feels like a dream. We also introduced in-app purchases after many players requested them, but the goal isn't to drain the players' bank accounts. It's still meant to be a casual game. So now let's look at the actual numbers. As you can see, the numbers kept increasing, and every day I became more and more shocked looking at the dashboard. Back in December, my friend told me that the game will make $100,000 per month easy. I didn't believe him, but then...
Wow, don't give me that much hope. This is the most realistic game developer we've ever seen.
One day, I opened the dashboard and I saw this. $27,000 in one day, per day. What? Even after deducting spending, it's still $10,000 of daily profit. That's about 10 times my monthly salary from my previous job, earned in a single day. It doesn't feel real. And eventually, the game crossed $1 million in total revenue over the period from 17 January to 22nd May. $1 million. Wait, for clarification, I don't personally receive $1 million. First, we deduct the advertising costs, which are huge. We are currently spending $500,000 per month. Then my friend takes his share, and then all friends' taxes combined take up to 70% before I get the money. Most of it goes into my company so I can build even better games in the future, but yes, this is life-changing. I'm not planning to do anything crazy with the money. I know what it's like to struggle financially. The craziest thing I'll do is take my family on a trip to Japan next year. Oh, and even crazier, a big game publishing company reached out to buy Real War. They made an offer to buy it for about...
Hell yeah, that's where you make the real money. Flip that to some fucking company that'll get bought up by someone next year.
$8 million. This is insane, but we decided to decline the offer. This way, we keep control over the game while betting on its long-term success. Yeah, at this point, I'd understand if you don't believe me. Also, before you ask what makes the most money between in-app purchases and ads, here is one of our monthly reports. As you can see, 67% of the revenue come from ads and 32% come from in-app purchases. And the most purchased product is the one to remove ads. While making this video, the game's revenue has even crossed $2 million. Thank you so much, everyone. Also, your program...
He made that much money simply from creating something that didn't exist, but they made commercials of it. And I know what ads he's talking about. Genius, this is the greatest developer, there's no question here. Reskinned games, the movie licenses we never got. I'm currently thinking about something in my little brain for my pitch. But like I said, I just think... As I said, the mistake you could also make in game development is, oh, this type of game is cool right now, everyone's making Undertale. Well, if it takes you 10 years to make your fucking game, then everyone who is 10 years late is gonna come out with an Undertale or a Fortnite or what the fuck ever. Just make your own original shit, or make something that's timed and true with your own gimmick. It's not that difficult. I say as I don't do any of it.
Months developing an arcade game based on Popeye the Sailor Man, only for the IP holders to yank the rights away at the absolute last minute. Left with mostly finished code and 0 characters, Shigeru Miyamoto swapped the spinach for a hammer, turned Bluto into a giant gorilla, and accidentally created Donkey Kong, and one of the most iconic video game characters of all time. But...
I didn't know that! I knew all the Donkey Kong lore about Billy Mitchell versus Steve Wiebe. I did not know about this. That it was a Popeye game?
You probably already knew that.
I did!
It's one of retro gaming's favourite trivia nuggets. But what most people don't tell you is that this sort of thing is still happening behind closed doors. We're talking about games born not so much out of a creative vision, but instead sheer panic. Games where multi-million-dollar deals evaporated overnight, forcing terrified developers to frantically scrub trademarks, swap sprite heads, alter soundtracks, and rename protagonists just to save years of crunch time from getting thrown straight in the bin. Today, we're diving into the dusty vaults of gaming history to uncover the most infamous retro games that had to scramble to survive after they lost their licenses. And to kick things off, we're going to be looking at one of the most ambitious 8-bit games that was supposed to be a tie-in with one of the best 1980s sci-fi action films ever made. That was before it got terminated. Let's start things off with an 8-bit classic that was actually a Hollywood blockbuster in disguise. If you grew up playing the NES, you know that Sunsoft were the undisputed kings of making licensed titles actually good. They managed to turn Batman into a legendary action platformer, complete with a soundtrack that had absolutely no right going that hard. And naturally, Sunsoft wanted to strike gold twice, so they got the license to the 1984 James Cameron classic, the Terminator. The setup was perfect. Sunsoft spent months creating an incredibly dark, gritty, side-scrolling run and gun. You were going to traverse the apocalyptic future war, blasting Skynet's mechanical armies into scrap metal to a no-doubt killer chiptune soundtrack. But then came the disaster. Extremely late in development, the licensing deal completely fell apart, and the rights were, for whatever reason, yanked away. While the exact corporate details are a bit murky, it was widely believed that the rights were being
Why wouldn't they? I know it's the 80s, but why wouldn't you just make contracts that we at least have the license to release the bitch? It's not like we're gonna drastically change everything into public opinion about your movie in 1 year. I don't know, whole marketing thing, I guess.
Aggressively consolidated and renegotiated ahead of the massive Hollywood push for 1991's Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Sunsoft was suddenly left holding a practically finished Terminator game that they legally could not release. Now, most studios would have just cut their losses, cried into their cornflakes and thrown the game into the bin. But, thankfully, Sunsoft didn't do this. Instead, they pulled off the ultimate spite save. They did a frantic visual asset swap right at the finish line. They took the main character, slapped a helmet on him, and renamed him Jay McRae. And as for the terrifying metallic T-800 skeletons that were walking around, Sunsoft just swapped their heads for slightly different robotic domes, tweaked a few pixels, and called it a day. Yeah, chill out, dickwad, because the game was eventually released as Journey to Silius, or Rough World in Japan. But if you actually play the game today, it's glaringly obvious what it used to be. The ruined cityscapes, the laser-firing hunter-killer tanks, and the massive screen-filling mechanical bosses are entirely identical to Terminator Future War designs. Sunsoft literally just filed down the serial numbers of Skynet and shipped it anyway, inadvertently blessing the NES with one of the greatest, most technically impressive original
I mean, these are video games, that's true. But there's other examples of this. King's Island, when they got bought by the Cedar Point people, they weren't allowed to have, because it used to be like the Tomb Raider experience and like the fucking Italian Job, because they tried to promote movies. It was a Superman roller coaster. They had to reskin they do reskin fucking amusement park rides, depending on what IP you got there too.
Shooters on the console that sadly is mostly forgotten about these days when compared to other games on the system, probably because it didn't have the Terminator license. Right, let's jump forward to the mid-90s, to the Wild West era of 3D gaming on the PlayStation 1. Back then, MTV's bizarre, avant-garde animated series Aeon Flux was the peak of cult popularity. It was weird, it was edgy, and it was practically begging for a video game adaptation. Enter French developer Cryo Interactive. These guys were tasked with building a massive 3D action-adventure title based on the show. The setup was incredibly promising, and the development team poured massive amounts of time and budget into replicating the show's twisted, futuristic aesthetic. But then the corporate suits got involved. Right when the game was sitting at around 70% complete, a massive corporate merger went down between Viacom New Media, who owned MTV, and Virgin Interactive. In the ensuing boardroom bloodbath, the Aeon Flux video game was caught in the crossfire and was abruptly cancelled. Cryo Interactive were left sitting.
That looks like it's a fucking David Cage inspired game. And by that I mean, God, what was that fucking game called that was on PC that he created? I bet it wouldn't have been that great.
A mostly complete game that they didn't really know what to do with. And if you think they just chucked it in the bin, well, you really don't understand the theme for this video. Initiating the ultimate spite save, Cryo aggressively scrubbed the Aeon Flux branding from top to bottom. They hastily renamed the protagonist from Aeon to Kaylee and completely rewrote the lore and storyline just enough to dodge the Viacom lawyers. And just like before, that's pretty much all they did. When they released the final game as Pax Corpus in 1997, it was painfully obvious what it used to be. Kaylee still rocked the exact same purple and black dominatrix style outfit, the character's animations were completely untouched, and the serial cyberpunk levels were lifted straight out of MTV's universe. Cryo basically just slapped a fake moustache onto Aeon Flux, shoved her out the door, and shipped the game anyway. Which is absolutely amazing, right? No, I can't do this. Pax Corpus.
What do we think about corporations getting one over on other corporations? Kind of a harmless crime, am I right?
Is horrendous. Thank the heavens that Aeon Flux was not connected to this dreadful game. Now, before going ahead, imagine this. You are the guys that made this game. You put your best effort in, and when the reviews came in on all of the magazines for the time, you huddled around to read them. Tomb Raider in space, but crap, said the official PlayStation magazine. Okay, so that's not too good. What about Extreme PlayStation magazine? Why was this game released? And why do I have to review it? I'm going to be brutally honest and say that this game is the worst to ever be released on the PlayStation in its entire history. And I shit you not. Wow, okay. One last try. What did PlayStation Plus magazine think? No rational human can want games like this to exist. The controls are way bollocks.
I'm sorry, we were looking at some IGN Polygon fucking articles. These people worked harder. These PlayStation Extra and all these zines back then, these people deserve to have the title of video game journalism. And even though Adam Sessler is cringe, he is still the video game journalist of our people.
The combat's shite, the whole game's piss ugly, a big fat waste of time. Yeah. I think it's fair to say that Aeon Flux fans dodged a bullet with this one. Okay, for this next one, I want to change things up a little bit. This one wasn't so much a license that was taken away from them that forced the company to reskin. Hey, wait, where are you going? Okay, here's another example of one of those. In the 1980s, Sunsoft tried to make a Superman game for the NES. They lost the DC Comics rights at the absolute last second, so they slapped a blonde wig on the sprite, changed the name to Sunman, and then hid the ROM in a vault. There, you happy? Right, if you don't mind, for this section, I want to talk about something that is far more interesting. This isn't the story of losing a license, this is the story of a developer who copied a legendary TV show so blatantly that they had to completely overhaul the game just to avoid getting sued into oblivion. This is the story of Deadly Premonition. To really understand this,
I love this game. It's Twin Peaks the game. A woman has died, you see, and here comes this FBI agent who's obsessed with solving the murders of young girls. Pretty good. I give it a 10 out of 10. I own it on the PS3.
this mess, we have to look at the game's eccentric director, Swery65, and his team at Access Games. Now, Swery was incredibly ambitious, wanting to build an open-world mystery game around what he called the three reals: real scale, real time, and real life. Back at the 2007 Tokyo Game Show, the team unveiled a brand new surreal murder mystery title called Rainy Woods. So, what was the problem? Well, it was an unapologetic one-for-one copy of a little 90s TV show by David Lynch, Twin Peaks. And when I say this was a copy, I'm talking this game was a serious copy. First, you got the protagonist, the main character, an FBI agent originally named David Young Henning, who was a dead ringer for the special agent Dale Cooper. The setting, you had an eerie Pacific Northwest lodging town filled with a deeply weird cast of local suspects. The aesthetics, the otherworldly dimension that the player visited was basically a direct...
It's not a one-for-one copy, though. If we're gonna say that, then fucking Persona 4 is Twin Peaks, Life is Strange is Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks was the story that was in our hearts all fucking long, I guess. Because the log woman wasn't in Deadly Premonition.
Literal copy of the Red Room from Twin Peaks. And then, out of nowhere, in 2007, after that trailer dropped, the game vanished. Yeah, legal teams and publishers took one look at Rainy Woods and immediately realised that a massive lawsuit was pretty much guaranteed. Whilst the developers dodged questions about this for years, citing politics, the game's voice actor Jeff Kramer finally confirmed the truth in 2021. Kramer stated that he had actually recorded the entire game, but producers ran into legal issues with the producers of Twin Peaks, and told him that he had to completely change the game's title and the main character's name. And because of this, development stalled to a complete halt. They had to completely wipe the game and essentially start again. Which, yet again, brings us to the Spite Save overhaul. They remodeled the uppity, cynical David Young into the sharply dressed, pop culture-obsessed weirdo Francis York Morgan. They added a mechanic where York constantly talks to an unseen...
Okay, I see. So it was already out, and then they were like, no, go fix it. And then they did, indeed, because these characters are a bit different and weird.
...mental passenger named Zach about 1980s movies. They rebranded the town to Greenvale and changed the entire project to...
Oh, but in Mixtape, when that's the whole girl's personality is, I like these music artists and this, and don't you know this band did this in the 70s? I'm so cool. The Deadly Premonition game already did that.
deadly premonition to dodge the obvious cease and desist. The game finally shipped in 2010 at the budget price of $19.99. Because of the massive development headaches, memory issues, and the fact that Access Games literally did not even have a dedicated sound team, the game ran horribly, featured completely bizarre audio mixing, and looked like a PlayStation 2 game on an Xbox 360. And yet, despite all the jank, it's somehow become one of the most beloved, bizarre, and critical polarizing cult hits of that gaming era. Destructoid famously awarded it a perfect 10 out of 10.
Oh, Destructoid gave this one 10 out of 10. I guess it was the mixtape of its day, but there is something charming about it. It's got a vibe. Deadly Premonition's great.
And the game actually secured a Guinness World Record for the most critically polarizing survival horror game to ever exist. And yes, for anybody watching, that was a real Guinness World Records. Man, I'd love to get me one of those.
Wouldn't that be something?
I'm sorry. Hey, I don't care what user or what fucking content creator you are. I'm sorry, did you actually like getting your little ribbons for fucking field day? Did you enjoy your participation ribbon or some shit? Why is everybody out here always wanting rewards and shit? You sound like a third grader. Everyone grow up. That's all. It's just been a complaint with me lately.
Now, when you look at the history of pooled licensed video games, the story usually goes the exact same way. A studio pays millions for a movie brand, runs out of time, and then rushes out a half-baked mess. And honestly, I could have done that story 100 times over for this video, but I like variety in my uploads, so yeah, with that in mind, let's talk about Die Hard. It's the story of two completely different developers on opposite sides of the planet, one making a game that wasn't supposed to be Die Hard until Hollywood hijacked it, and another making a game that was basically Die Hard, only to drop the license on purpose out of pure corporate stinginess.
And then they both combined to work on the project, and they were called the Rush Hour Team.
So, let's start our journey in the UK with Probe Entertainment. In the mid-90s, they were just messing around with top-secret PlayStation 1 dev kits, making original 3D tech demos. But then suddenly 20th Century Fox steps in, likes what they see, and hands them the Die Hard with a Vengeance license. But that wasn't good enough for Fox Interactive, as they didn't just want the one movie tie-in, they wanted all 3 films adapted. Instead of just stretching one gameplay style super thin, they decided to make 3 different gameplay styles and then
that is interesting, because when the fuck has that ever happened? Oh, because usually, like, the licensed games are just an afterthought. Get this out there because it'll sell, because everyone will be about this IP, and a video game costs more than movie tickets, don't you know? All that makes sense, but we need all the Die Hards into a game? What? I always thought the first Metal Gear Solid was the Die Hard game.
Stick them all on the same disc.
Okay, here's the odds. You got an exploding building, a hijacked airport.
Okay, made the trilogy the whole game. I gotcha.
An entire city under siege. And every place you go is crawling with armed terrorists. You're just a cop in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh yeah.
And I'm Jack Bauer. This has been the first 24 hours of my life. I think they made 24 games. I don't think they were that good. There was a Prison Break game for sure.
And you're not wearing any shoes. Prepare to die hard.
You had a 3D shooter, an on-rails light gun game, and a crazy driving game, which is my personal favourite. Development was absolute chaos. They filmed motion capture at a local gym to build glitchy characters that they called Meatball Men. And the craziest part was that Fox's legal team specifically warned them not to use a Bruce Willis impersonator because they couldn't afford his likeness rights. So what did Probe do? They hired a Bruce Willis impersonator and hid the audio files.
Supposed to stay in your seats until the plane reaches the terminal.
Against all odds, Die Hard Trilogy became a massive multi-million selling hit. Personally, it holds just as much love for me, a PlayStation kid growing up, as an old N64 fan has for GoldenEye. Anyway, whilst all this was going on, over in Japan,
I didn't know this game existed. There's a... If you're into your PS1 shooters, there you go.
Sega designer Makoto Ushida was building an ambitious 3D beat-em-up. Ushida loved American action movies and designed a game about a cop in a white undershirt fighting terrorists in a skyscraper to save the president's daughter. When the game was nearly finished, Sega decided to take it to Fox and say, look, this is literally Die Hard. Give us the Die Hard license. And surprisingly, Fox agreed. Yep. The greedy buggers at Fox happily double-dipped their own license, seeing absolutely no issue with it since Sega and Probe were targeting completely different gaming markets. But to bring it back on topic with this video, that contract from Sega had a hidden catch. You see, Sega only secured the Die Hard license for the Western release, and supposedly...
Okay, now if you don't know the lore, Mr. Ken Penders of great comic drawing fame fucking also had contracts with Sega that were just misplaced and lost sometimes, so I don't know if we should trust these Sega contracts.
This wasn't because Fox was being difficult, it was because Sega simply didn't care about paying for it back home in Japan. This created a hilarious regional split. In the West, we got Die Hard Arcade, but over in Japan, they completely dropped the branding and released it as Dynamite Decker, starring a legally distinct off-brand John McClane named Bruno Delinga. And because Sega never paid for the likeness of Bruce Willis, it made this regional split quite easy to port between regions. In fact, this cheeky workaround was so successful that Sega didn't even bother pretending when it came time for a sequel. By 1998, Sega realised that they didn't actually need Fox's permission anymore. They owned the gameplay engine and the original characters. So rather than shelling out for another massive licensing fee, they dropped the Die Hard name entirely, moved the action to a cruise ship, and released it globally as Dynamite Cop. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the textbook definition of how you use a massive Hollywood brand to secretly launch your own Hollywood-inspired franchise without paying a penny more than you have to. The cheeky buggers. Hey there guys, thanks for checking out the video. Now, this is the part of the video I give a massive shout out to all of the supporters of my show.
Gonna promo yourself? You did tell me information I don't know though, so I'll give you a like. Is there a number 1? Or you just put all the things about you at the end? I guess that was it. That was the video game content I had prepared today. I didn't think I would just blur right through all my pitches because I had 3. But at least Justin enjoyed it. So I guess that gets us a crime time. Who's excited?
When a young mother reports her 2-year-old missing, officers launch an urgent search to find the child before it's too late. But as the investigation unfolds, her increasingly bizarre behavior points to a possibility no one saw coming.
I got child neglect? Don't fucking try me. You fuckers want to play some games? Let's go! Let's go!
Who is she trying to fight? She's already handcuffed and in the back of the car. When's that ever happened? When has that ever happened in the history of the world? A police or someone in that authority fucking position has you handcuffed and in the back of the car, and they go, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna uncuff you so we can fight fairly in the octagon. When has that ever happened?
Begins around 7:15 p.m. on Thursday, June 19, 2025, when a 21-year-old mother makes a distressing call to Waukesha County Dispatch about her 2-year-old child.
Hi, this is Waukesha City 911. So where are you?
I'm literally sitting at the kindergarten on Sunset right now. Nobody is here. My son is not here.
Okay.
Where the would he be?
Ma'am, I'm not sure. I'm going to try and get you some help. Was there anybody else who may have picked him up today?
Possibly. I'm asking everybody possible right now.
Nobody has picked him up that you know of yet?
Nobody is answering. I need to know who this sent my child to. I need to know that. I'm freaking out right now. This has never happened to me.
Okay. What kind of vehicle are you in?
04 Buick LeSabre. I'm literally the only one in the parking lot. Please, just help me. Where's my kid?
As officers rush to a Target store parking lot in Waukesha, Wisconsin, to meet the distressed mother, they believe they're responding to a call about a missing toddler, but they are about to be sent on a wild chase they did not anticipate.
Hello, how are you?
Somebody picked up my kid from daycare, and I don't know who it was, and nobody's answering their phone, so I can't pick him up.
How's it?
He's gonna be 2 next month.
Did a relative pick him up, maybe?
Yes, but nobody's answering.
Who
Nobody's
did?
telling me that they picked him up. I just went to pick him up myself, and he wasn't even there.
See, I wonder, this probably happens more often than not. You fucking making it sound like the kid got snatched from your car, but it's like, yes, he's with a relative. I just don't know which one. Like, you should kinda, I guess, before getting the cops involved into your situation, ma'am, I don't know, I would look into it. We're calling the cops.
Nobody told me that he was gonna pick him up. Nobody's answering. Welcome to the USA voicemail.
Who else picked up by sometimes?
My mom, my granny, and my brother, and I've called all of them, and nobody.
So it's one of those three, for sure. Was it a guy or a girl who picked them up? Or
No,
did they tell you any
I don't know
information?
anything. I don't know anything.
That's what told you something.
I dropped him off, and then I went to go pick him up, and he's not there.
Did they tell you anything?
Is mom there? Is mom with? Please, fucking tell me is Mike there or not? Where's my kid?
I think this user is drunk, I get the feeling. Oh, mom gets so drunk she forgot where she left her child. That's why I clicked on this. I forgot. You don't not click on that title.
Okay, we're gonna find him. You just need
I
to take
don't know.
Okay.
I don't know where he is.
I understand that.
I don't know.
Can you take a deep breath for me, please?
I don't know where he is. I don't know where he is.
Can you take a deep breath for me, please?
Where's my kid?
Have you only
It's
tried?
almost 8 o'clock at night. Where the fuck is he?
Have you tried texting your family or only
I'm
calling?
trying.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I'm trying. Nobody's answering.
Okay.
Why is nobody answering?
Try texting
You have
and
my
some-
child. Why is nobody answering? I don't get it. I don't.
Look, could be because they're driving after picking up your child and they don't answer their phone, or they know you're fucking drunk and fucking weird. You think it feels fake?
I don't get it.
I think she's drunk.
I don't get it. I don't know where my kid is. My brother is at the only spot that my and he's like, oh, I don't know where he's at.
Where's the father?
He's in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee? Does he have custody of the kid?
He has 50%.
Okay, is there a chance that he has him?
No.
Have you checked with him?
It's not his fucking week. It's not his fucking week. It's not his fucking week.
Right, but we got to rule out all possibilities here.
I don't have his number. He doesn't like to have me on a number. I have to text him through fucking Venmo. Literally, I have to do a little fucking comment through a little payment through Venmo. I don't have direct contact with him.
Well, that's pretty fucked if you're the mother of his children and you guys gotta communicate not through text message, but through fucking Venmo. This woman is an extra. That has been accomplished already. To take it to that level, you've done some vile things in this relationship, I dare assume.
Actually, let me actually fucking figure it out, because I guarantee you.
As concerns for the child's safety continue to grow, one of the officers speaks with someone at the daycare center and makes a troubling discovery. But when he returns to question the mother, the officers begin to realize that something about her behavior is seriously off.
Did you go to work today?
No.
You don't work?
I do work. I just didn't work today.
What'd you do with your day?
What did I do with my day? I took the fucking daycare. I cleaned up my house.
Anything else?
What do you want me to say? What are you fishing for me to say?
Because the manager said you picked up.
I did not pick up. Are you kidding me?
Relax, there's no need to yell.
She is fucking cracked out. She must be on.
It's a daycare, y'all. They actually do have cameras and shit in the lobby. They take the children fucking shit safety when it's a daycare like this. There's rules and stuff, so like, yes. They probably got evidence she took the kid. It's like an indoor fancy daycare here.
Fucking meth. Are you kidding me? Do I have right now? Is he right there? Is he right there?
Something's not adding up,
I
though.
don't have. Why would I be freaking out if I had?
We don't know. They're saying they don't have it.
Obviously, they don't have him. Somebody else.
Your yelling is not going to help the situation. Jesus Christ. You got to be quiet and listen.
I can't. You guys aren't listening to me. You guys think I just took and just dropped him off somewhere? Are you kidding me? That's the only motherfucker in my life that means something.
First of all, they said that they released the kid to you.
To me?
That's correct.
They're lying.
Talking. Second, your family's saying they don't have
Who
him.
has my... You? Yes, I allegedly know that, but did you pick him up from daycare?
No one's picked him up.
That's what I thought.
What? Hi. What's going on?
Okay, so called in saying that she went to the daycare and the kid wasn't there. Allegedly, the daycare said they released the child to earlier today, around 3 o'clock. We're just trying to figure out. Does it work at all?
I guess I don't know where she works. She's never. I don't know. But she does. She told me she has a job. Where? Who? Does she? Is it her family? Is it her mom? Her grandma?
She's tried contacting her family. Her family says they don't have the child.
Okay, it is literally her week with him.
Correct. That's what she's been telling us today.
Imagine you're the father of these kids, and you get a call from the police being like, their mother said she picked them up, but she doesn't know for sure.
She said that you don't have custody right now. So we're just trying to figure out where the child would have gone.
Oh my god, okay.
Between you and I, do you think it's possible that she picked up and then left him somewhere or forgot about it?
Is she drunk right now, officer?
Does she have a substance abuse problem?
She drank a decent amount before. It seems like it's gotten better, but I don't really talk to her.
How recent is that?
10 months. So I don't know.
And you said she's had a substance abuse problem as far as alcohol since you've known her then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm fishing right now. Should I pack up and just drive around, or like what?
I honestly, I don't think that would probably help the situation. What I can do is, can I grab your phone number just in case I need to contact you again?
Yes. Okay.
It should be.
That's a real simple man with simple things. He just wants to go fishing, and then this is what happens.
He says he doesn't have him. Who the has him?
It should be pretty evident in a few moments here.
What is it evident?
The camera. The camera. The camera will show.
Get in there right now.
She's coming. She's coming from West Dallas.
I don't care. Go faster.
What time did you drop him off? 11:30. What time were you supposed to pick him up? It is 8 o'clock now.
Yes, I know.
Why were you late?
Why was I late? I was on the phone.
So, yeah, why is she picking up her kid 4 hours later? We should check on Tony Cashman and his fake adopted daughter that he's a terrible parent to.
My mom said that she was going to pick him up, and then I called my mom and she said she doesn't have it. So I don't know.
But what were you doing?
To be honest, I was crying my eyes out because you have no idea the shit that I've been put through right now. So I've just been depressed. I've been crying. I don't really know what you want to hear.
She's had a bad day. The fuck, officers? The fuck? She was bawling her eyes out because of the fucking trauma of she doesn't know where her kid is. She's drunk.
When was the last time you drank?
Last time I drank, probably 2 days ago.
2 days ago? Did you drink a lot, a little bit?
Like, medium, I guess.
Medium? Okay. Do you have a history with any alcohol or drug problems?
I mean, I smoke weed, but
You do?
I don't do it a lot. Like, I don't know.
Okay.
Why? Did little say some?
Well, we already know she's a drunk, but, like, once again, it wouldn't surprise me we got another person who shouldn't be fucking around with weed because they never do good on it, but I just gotta be high and be the good kid, and then I kill a family of 6. Yay.
What did he say?
No, we're just trying to go out, figure out all angles right now.
I think you're right.
Okay, that's fine. You're welcome to your opinion. Where do you live?
Street.
Okay, is there anyone else home there?
No, I live by myself.
By yourself? So you're saying there's no possibility that could be at home?
Why the f would he be at home if I'm not there?
I'm just asking.
He's a 2-year-old, not even 2 years old. Why would he be there if I'm not there?
It's just a question.
You said you were supposed to pick him up at 4 or 5.
I wanted to pick him up at 4 or 5. My mom! Okay, it doesn't matter. Where the f is he at right now?
You think I magically know?
You seem like you do. You want to say that I must be a f***ing dumbass and I don't know where my kid's at.
Well,
so
these
I must
circumstances are very suspicious.
Suspicious for what?
Well, you're claiming you're missing, and they're saying that you picked him up.
I picked him up. I never picked him up. I can promise you that because I would recognize that beautiful face, that f***ing light up face when the kid sees you after you just abandoned them at daycare.
Oh, now she is the greatest mother in all the fucking world now, everybody. This is fucking the Mother Teresa here to be like, I would know if that's my child. Well, here's the empty car seat, so wherever... This doesn't make no sense either. In her mind, someone else picked up the kid from daycare, but then they wouldn't have the proper shit in the back seat that she has, right? So...
Ripping your knuckles.
I'm upset. What do you mean?
I'm just asking because it looked like they're bleeding.
A little bit because I'm upset.
Is that from you banging on the door?
Banging on the f***ing dash this.
As suspicions surrounding the 21-year-old mother continue to grow, a sergeant heads to the daycare center to speak with the manager and confirm whether she actually picked up the child. But as that information begins to come in, the officer speaking with the mother notice her behavior spiraling even further.
If you want to f***ing follow me back to my house and he's just magically at my f***ing house, let's go because obviously he's there without no supervision. Where the f*** is my kid? Why would I just leave my kid up in the f***ing apartment and leave without him? Are you serious? If that really thought that I signed him out even though she just saw me like not even 3 hours before. She saw me physically. I obviously didn't sign him out. Who the f signed him out? I'm about to tweak. I swear to God, once I find out who the f signed him out, I'm beating their ass. I'm going to jail.
Once more, lovely Classy.
I don't care.
Mother of the year!
How long have we been waiting on this?
It sounds like the daycare worker is going to check the cameras again, so we're just waiting for her to come back.
What do you want? You can't help me pick up my I'm sorry, I don't want to talk to you right now.
Is that your brother?
I don't know where he's at, my boy.
Okay.
Why the f would I just leave him at home? Really? So my kid is now f***ing missing, and don't nobody know where the f he's at. Cameras don't lie, we're waiting for that.
Yeah. Yeah. Why don't we know where the kid is at, ma'am?
She come back from West Alice to look at the f***ing camera. She is fat as f***. It's gonna take 30 minutes.
But she stood kind of right where you were.
Okay.
Wrote her email down. Had her one arm and pictures from our picture day. The proofs in her other hand.
Does she only have the one?
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys have cameras in here or anywhere?
No, unfortunately, no.
I got the manager here right now. They did not have any interior cameras, but she's confident it was in fact the guy that picked her up, and she signed her out at 4:14 p.m.
And I have a witness. I have two witnesses actually, a parent and a teacher. So.
Okay. Do you have a file with other emergency contact? We're just trying to get in contact with it.
I have. So here's the thing. I'm enrolled and not enrolled.
Okay.
Separate weeks. So this is a mom week.
Okay.
But I have a different file too. So I don't know whose file you want.
I guess mom. We've talked to dad.
Okay.
He's not with him.
And she accused him of once already. So.
That's interesting.
I mean, I can show you
Hey,
his
it's Haley.
classroom. You can confirm that there's no one in
Can
there.
you send a teletype to KSO to go over to his house? This son has accused him of f***ing the child before, but she appears to be a little 96. But we got to start crossing off some things here. According to the manager here, there's multiple witnesses here that saw come here to pick up the kid at 4:14 p.m. today. But
Which is kind of weird because she dropped off at like 11 something and then she picked up super early. So it was kind of strange for her to pick up that early.
Here's the best part. They want to say that I picked him up. I'm the one that picked him up. The lady at the desk said that I picked him up. I never picked him up.
She's on the phone. Oh my god, I do have a relative who looks exactly like this and acts like this. I know I say this all the time, but like, what is screaming on the phone gonna do for you, ma'am?
I dropped him off.
what's
You can't. You have no
does
idea.
anybody know your code?
My kid is literally missing.
Who knows
You
your
have
code?
children.
You said you give him a code to pick up your kid.
It's like, I'm the only f***er that knows it.
So it sounds like you're supposed to give a code to pick up the kid. Do they document that?
Is there a code that they have to give you to pick up the kid?
Yeah, but it doesn't keep track. And she has her own code. Her and I have separate codes.
So they can't see the records of those codes because she's supposedly the only one that has her own code.
And I think all I did now when asked if
So you
they were
can't-
track it, but I never knew there was.
Could you? That'd be great.
Yeah, I'll definitely
She's
call.
adamant, obviously, that she did not punch in this code.
Yep, that's right.
She's going to call her general manager right now to see if we can track that. This is bizarre. We're adamant, no 55.
It doesn't seem 5'5". It could be drug, but I don't know where her.
Are they sending anybody to that house to make sure there's a fucking baby not left alone, though? Like, I understand why you can't take this woman's word seriously, but someone should be looking somewhere for a kid, right?
Demeanors usually like, so maybe it'd be good to speak with family and see what her baseline is.
We're supposed to pick him up for
All right, bye.
It's Thursday. You said you
Yep.
were going to pick him up tonight.
As bizarre as this situation is, a child's safety is still at stake, and the officers are unwilling to take any chances. While one of them heads to the 21-year-old's home, they have no idea that awaits them behind those closed doors. But after speaking with the neighbors, they begin to fear that something far more disturbing may have happened inside.
Hey, can I talk to you real quick? Do you know the lady that lives right here?
Not really.
Not super well.
Not super well.
Have you seen her?
No.
No.
Okay, so about how long ago? We heard a lot of pounding, like a lot of pounding on the wall about 2 hours ago.
I'd say around 6:30.
6:30.
Oh, so they don't know her that well, but they came running right out the fucking house to gossip with the police on why this girl sucks.
7-ish.
Okay. Would you let me check your phone, see the call logs with mom and brother, and make sure they're not answering it?
Okay, so here's the start. 6:53. That's probably
Which one am I looking at?
from Granny up.
And then it sounded like someone fell down the stairs.
Someone got thrown down the stairs.
Or fell.
Or fail.
But it was like grrr, and then bam, right into the wall.
Have you seen her before, like in
Yeah,
general?
yeah.
Okay. Did you see him like walk into the apartment all today?
No,
No, you haven't seen him today.
not at all today. And then she, like, once we heard that, like, tumble down the stairs, she took off like a bat out of hell out of the
Out of
parking
here,
lot.
yeah, squealed the tires and
Everything.
And there's
Around 6:30.
There's
Okay.
a 5-mile-an-hour limit in here too. She's like a smoker.
Yeah, this is her door, but yeah, I'd say 6:37.
You just heard loud thuds and
She got us like a 2000.
a gray vehicle.
Yeah.
It's like a brown
or
Tannish?
like tannish.
Tannish.
We're looking for the truck.
Oh no.
Yeah, so, I don't know. Live in Pewaukee?
Yes. His girlfriend got her own taken away because she shook him so bad that there was a gash in the neck. Can you please just do like a welfare check or something to make sure?
Do a welfare check on my child where I don't know where it is. You will knock on the door and say, I'm officer this person, and surely that baby will answer.
That he's not there with them?
Yeah, actually, we have the sheriff's department going to that address.
Okay, thank you.
Can you be honest with me?
Yeah.
I smell alcohol in here.
Okay. Yeah, I did drink a couple shots, but no, I'm not fucking obliterate. I still had to pick a kid.
I understand that. When did you drink?
About 4, no, not even 4, 12.
12?
12 or 1, yes.
Okay. How many shots did you take?
2.
2? Of what?
Bacardi.
Is that the only thing you drink?
Yes, Bacardi and fruit punch.
Where were you drinking?
My house.
Okay.
This is Sergeant Keneally with the Waukesha Police Department. How are you? Does she have any mental health issues at all, or alcohol or drug problems?
Mental health, I would definitely say she's having some sort of episode just because I recognize the signs from my own issues, but she'll never, how do you force somebody to get help?
No,
they don't want it.
She said you were supposed to pick it up around 4 or 5. Does that sound accurate or no?
That was tomorrow I'm supposed to pick it up.
Tomorrow. Gotcha.
Yes. She allegedly dropped him off earlier. When I spoke with her, she said that she had dropped it off at daycare, and I said, well, did you have to work today? And she said, no, but daycare costs the same regardless. And I said, well, that makes sense, because then she can get the house cleaned. And now I wasn't supposed to get until tomorrow after I get done with work. So I'm usually done at 3:30, and I'm to Waukesha by 4.
So there was never any communication about you picking up today?
Not for today. It was for tomorrow.
I got you.
I mean, we can walk the building just to...
Sure, yeah, let's might as well. Not that I 100% believe you, but at this point, this is one of the more unusual calls I've ever taken.
Me too, and I just worry about... I'm not going to sit here.
No, I got you.
So
she took him from this room, walked him out the hallway.
To the office, talked to me.
Okay, then left the office and went out the doors we came in.
And I have a teacher that was standing in the office with me.
Okay.
And a parent was also...
Oh yeah, you were asking what state? Obviously fucking Wisconsin, because the real dad's in Milwaukee.
Standing there.
Okay.
Because they were waiting for me to get off the phone with my daughter.
Okay.
With more evidence suggesting the 21-year-old had picked up the child, the search now turns to finding him. But just as the officer at her residence is about to walk away empty-handed, the arrival of one of the family members changes everything.
Hello. You seen a child walking around, maybe 3 years old?
I mean, there's a lot of... But that's mine, no.
None that you guys don't recognize?
No.
Okay.
I just got a phone call from and asked me if I can go to her house and check if she's there.
Okay, so...
That's all I know. She's crying.
Can you call her right now?
Yeah.
So technically, I can't go in the residence without her permission.
Right.
I'm here to check up to see if there. I've knocked a couple times.
Go see if Chris is there?
Just call her real quick, and if she gives us permission, we'll go in.
That drives the brown Buick?
Yeah.
So she went flying out of the parking lot earlier, hit the speed bump, and did a 180 and almost hit the tree.
Around what time?
That I do not know. A neighbor just told me, but I can get that information.
This is Officer Smilenik.
Go. I need to make sure my kid is there, okay?
You're okay if I go into your house then?
Yeah, go.
How do you know her?
My mom is married to her uncle.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea any of this is going on. I was actually in bed sleeping.
Okay.
And...
I think, yeah, unless it's open.
Oh, it's not even...
Oh.
Was that you? Oh, you have...
Yeah, I have the flashlight.
Honey.
216 the other units.
Thank God the baby is found. It didn't fall off the fucking couch.
Child is in the residence.
I'm right here, baby. It's okay. It's... Yes. Okay, let's call. Should we call?
She's getting child neglect charges.
Hey, I've got you on speakerphone. I'm in your house. I have. Yeah. Yep, he's not even. He was. You're welcome. So what's.
Once the officer confirms the child is safe and unharmed, the focus shifts to figuring out what happened to the 21-year-old, who somehow forgot she had already picked up her child and left him home alone while she searched for him. But as officers work to piece together this strange case, she only makes things worse for herself.
He showed up at the daycare left out at 6, so I was obviously already late. And nobody showed up with him. Nobody did anything, so I went to daycare.
I just want to make sure we need an ambulance out here.
And he wasn't even there, so I called the police.
Yep, you're still on speakerphone. Okay, you want to call me back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So I didn't really get a straight answer from that. I guess she was late to pick him up from daycare. Somebody went to pick him up from daycare. And then whoever picked him up from daycare dropped him off and left him here.
I think it's
You think it was?
It was her. Yes, this woman thought the best ending happened. Some asshole picked him up and dropped him off. No, ma'am. She forgot she did it already.
I think picked her up and
picked him up and
dropped. Yeah, left her.
Hello, this is Sergeant Keene with the Watch Police Department. How are you tonight?
Not the best.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, we've found.
Okay, where?
Okay, he was at residence.
Then why was she freaking out?
We don't know.
Dude.
We're trying to investigate that all right now. Obviously, you're the father of the child, correct?
Yes.
I'm guessing, like I said, we got to run this all by, but I'm guessing you would want to take custody tonight if that is.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, like, I haven't been taking my, and I've been very depressed lately, so yeah, when I dropped him off at daycare, I just pretty much spent the whole day crying.
Okay.
Because everything was a lot. My mom said that she was gonna pick him up, and that she was gonna take care of it.
Can I tell you something? I talked to your mom.
She never said that, apparently.
She said you never told her to pick him up today. That was tomorrow.
She's fucking lying.
Why would she lie?
She lies all the time. I'm sorry. Do you want to see this little fucking video? My brother threw me across the fucking.
Oh boy, great. She has a kid, but yet she, it's true. Fucking someone did a bad parking job over there. Oh yeah, it was her. She's a fucking child. She shouldn't have a fucking child. One time my brother abused me and my mom didn't stop it, so she's an abuser, even though she offered to take the kids away for a day so I could relax. I hate GameStop still coming around. It's cool.
Room, and my mom jumped up on top of me right after. Threw me across the.
Oh, cool. Just throw your mother under the fucking bus, I guess, on body cam for us all to see. Go ahead, man.
The whole fucking room. That's my little brother, mind you. My mom came down and fucking jumped right up on top of me. So no, I really don't believe anything they have to say.
What was the reason for that?
Because I was annoying. I told my brother I didn't like that my dad treats my little siblings a little bit better than me. My dad choked the fuck out of me and didn't do anything to my little siblings. My little siblings get to do whatever the fuck they want. So yeah, I was a little bit upset about it.
Do you know if he has like a substance abuse problem as far as alcohol?
Not as I know. I mean,
Not that you know.
No, I mean, sure, family functions and stuff. I mean, she'll have a beer or something, but nothing
Gotcha.
that
I just
is.
asked because of the Bacardi back down there.
Yeah,
the bottle.
Oh.
And obviously, it's a kind of an odd situation where you pick up your kid and you don't know where.
Well, that's what you're right. Isn't that how they said that she was peeling out of here?
Yeah, she took off extremely quickly, is what they were saying too. So right now, what I would like you to do is just a sobriety test. Let's see if we get it to drive. So we already know your creed is safe. So listen.
Yeah, you're gonna take him to jail. Let's go.
As the 21-year-old completes one test after another, the results come as no surprise to the officers. But it's what she does over the next few hours that only adds to the charges she'll soon be facing.
Deep breath in. So.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They should just breathalyze and be done with all these other stupid tests, because, like, it's only going to get worse because alcohol rises. If you're already drunk enough, you've come to the attention of the cops today. It's only going to ever get worse.
There you go. Hello? There you go. Good time. You were a 226. Very high. Way over the .08 legal limit. So we're going to place you under arrest for OWI. Okay? Can you turn around?
That's beautiful. Here you go. That's fucking beautiful. I love it. It's beautiful.
You know what's at the front of my car over here?
I had a missing child that I myself was the one who misplaced. True. And now you're gonna arrest me for breaking the law after I went through trauma about my child and the situation I put them in. Accountability? Never, says my people, the white women.
Come on, a little bit faster.
There you go.
Let's get this done with.
Are you able to call somebody to pick you up from the police department?
Sure, maybe. Can I have my phone?
Yes. What do you have in mind so far?
My mom.
Okay. All right, put your finger out.
My phone's on top of your car. Grab my phone! Can you grab my phone?
We got it.
Thank you. Put your feet down. All the way down. Let's get going. Oh, you want to act like you can't hear me? That's alright. That's cool. That's cute. That's hilarious, actually. Let's go! Let's go!
I think these people got all the attention they fucking wanted in high school, so, like, when they're not that cool anymore, when real life happens, and, like, you know, they're not the young girls anymore who are just like, haha, you know, Scarlett O'Hara, like, almost, fiddly-doo. It's like, They're still children. They never learned.
Oh! You fuckers want to play some games? Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Put your feet down.
Let's go.
We're going. Put your feet down.
I'll go once we leave.
No, put your feet down.
I don't know how to do that.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
If you don't know how to properly sit in a car, we'll put you in the restraint chair.
Let's go.
Then keep your feet on the floor.
Then let's go.
So she got arrested.
She did.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I don't know if she's gonna be released today or not.
So do I call her mom to come and pick up?
No, we're contacting protection services. We're gonna inform them of the situation, and they're gonna kind of dictate where he goes. I would assume if I had to take a guess, he'd probably go with for tonight.
Officers searching the home find both empty and full alcohol containers, further supporting the belief that the 21-year-old had perhaps completely forgotten she had already picked up her child and left him home alone. Eventually, CPS releases the child into the father's custody, but on the ride to the police station, the woman has other plans that only make her situation worse.
Oh, she must be on her period. I get it. I'm on my period too. I just want you to know them daycare little bitches were lying. I did not pick up my son from daycare, otherwise I wouldn't have freaked out as much. You feel?
After slipping one hand out of her handcuffs in the back seat, the 21-year-old tries to free the other as well. But by the time they arrive at the police station, her behavior has escalated even further.
How are the skinny blonde ones always able to do this? Are they born with Houdini skills or some shit? I could never. I'm just taking my arresting like a bootlicking bitch if it happens to me, I guess.
Forcing officers to take extreme measures eventually.
No, I'm pissed off, so I'm definitely not gonna be nice.
What are you doing? No. Put your hands behind your back.
You're the one that didn't do it.
Oh God. Her hands were free. It is just a child. Ha ha. You put these handcuffs on me and I got out of them. Ha ha. I'm not gonna do nothing though.
What's your problem?
You're not gonna be cooperative. This process is.
I am cooperative.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's not my fault that he did it wrong.
All right, you're gonna stay in those handcuffs for a while.
Okay. Ooh, you got it tight right there.
What?
You got it tight.
You think you're hot shit when you just left your kid
I'm not
in an apartment? He's 2 years old.
Get her! Get her! She isn't hot shit. Like I said, and I think this is one of the drunks where this is really her. She's an awful. Boo her.
Yeah, no, there's no.
He's 2 years old and you left him alone.
You have no idea.
You're the problem.
Don't fucking try me. Don't try me.
Sit down.
Don't try me.
Sit down.
Don't try me. You want to press me saying I'm hot?
Sit down or you're going on the ground.
You did it on purpose.
Sit down.
How am I supposed to sit down? I can't. Sit in the chair. There we go. I was trying to. You wouldn't let me.
Do you want to go on the street?
You wouldn't let me.
Do you want to go on the street?
You wouldn't let me, baby. You wouldn't let me. I told you I didn't pick on my shit. I know I fucked up. You want to try to test me and you want to try to make me feel worse than I already do?
You want to go to county jail? We'll take you.
You want me to make me worse than I already feel? Come on, stop. Nobody likes him here.
Okay, let me explain the situation to you right now.
I think I saw you earlier.
Yeah, I was on scene earlier. Let me explain the situation to you right now. You're under arrest for operating a motor vehicle intoxicated, first offense, which is a forfeiture offense. You're also under arrest for child neglect, okay?
Child neglect?
Correct.
Are you fucking insane?
Let me explain this to you.
Did I have my child anywhere near? Be honest. Did I have my child anywhere near? He was with a fucking babysitter at my house.
Let me explain something to you.
And he was on site the whole fucking time. I got child neglect? You want to act funny? I got child neglect? I got child neglect.
You have two options right now, okay? You can either
Bruce, police brutality doesn't apply to the actual scum on the earth, which is the fucking neglective white woman. Oh, I live in such a pro-choice society. I'm gonna have a kid. I could get an abortion if I wanted to, but this one is genetically okay for me. Oh, but I figured out that having a kid is hard, and my mother can't watch my kid all the fucking time. Guys, it's so hard out there to have kids. I hate these fucking people.
comply with the booking process. If you are, listen to me. I'm not going to talk now. I'm talking. You can either comply with the officers in the booking process. If you comply, they will
She's a fucking Morgan if we've ever seen one.
allow you to call a responsible party that's sober to come pick you up tonight. The alternative option is you do not comply, and you get shipped over to the Washington County Jail to be held for 12 hours. Those are the only two options. Those are the only two options. I'm not going to...
You need to understand why am I going to say yes to something that I did not do. He is obviously under the care of somebody else.
We're not not gonna.
Is that my fault?
Not gonna do it.
Is that my fault?
So those are 2 options.
I got 2 options. All right, cool. First option, baby.
Okay, if you resist or cause any problems to the officers, you will be immediately put back in a squad car and you will be transferred to the Washington County Jail. That is it.
Cool.
This is your final warning.
Love it.
Okay. Go.
Put her in prison forever. We don't need her.
Good. All right.
Can I have my shoes or no? We do it barefoot around here.
Just gonna stay seated
You
for
like my
now.
little toesies?
With the woman's mother on the way, officers hope the situation is finally beginning to calm down. But moments later, the woman suddenly gets up from her chair and walks into the restroom unassisted, forcing the officers to react immediately.
Muted by the Mormons. We don't know what is happening here. I'm gonna guess that she said a rude dude thing.
Let's take this to your boss.
He just added a resistance charge.
A resisting charge? How?
Yes.
How?
That was very stupid.
How did I have a
That was very
resisting charge already?
stupid. That was very stupid.
I wanted to drink a water. All right, all you want to sit on me? Let's go.
You caught another charge. You kicked me too.
Let go!
I still don't know what she means by "let's go." What are they gonna do?
Fine.
Get off!
On your upper body.
Get the fuck off! Get the fuck off!
You think she's gonna give "I can't breathe"?
Get off me! She's going tight. She's pissed off. She's pissed off. Look at her go.
The rap, the greatest technology ever made. Just fucking hogtie them fucks and it's not a problem no more. And her mother's gonna see her like this. Great.
That's insane. You guys are insane, actually.
Yep.
I wanted a drink of fucking water! A drink of water, and you just couldn't give me that? Wow! And a face mask? Wow! I wanted a fucking drink of water, and you were ugly!
Wow, a mask? Wow, being tied up? Wow, going to jail for neglecting my kid? Just wow. But I agree with her. Look at all these white men. This guy thinks it's funny.
You mean bitches couldn't even give me that? I know bitches that literally have beat cops in the face and didn't get this. So why do I got this again?
Because you resisted officers tonight.
Because I resisted them because I wanted a drink of water?
You talked before. I said if you cooperated, you could be released tonight.
I did cooperate. I told you, please let me get a drink of water. I am dying. And you guys just thought it was funny. Why would I joke about it?
Are you considering suicide?
Yeah, that's funny, huh? That's fucking funny, huh?
This user says suicide jokes is funny. Cancel the police department today.
You got it! That was exactly what the fuck you slapped me at! Grab my motherfucking shoes on your way out, bitches!
But even after being taken to jail, the woman refuses to cooperate with the officers.
My hands are going numb. You want to fucking take them?
It's gonna be too much longer since they got your paperwork.
They obviously don't. You guys obviously don't give a fuck. I'll sit here all alone. If it happens to be up to him right there, I'm pretty sure I'll sit here all fucking day. You guys don't give a fuck. You never have. Hands are going fucking numb, but let's just do it, right?
Oh, they're doing the other side?
The other side.
Yeah.
Please! Please! My hands hurt! My hands are gonna fall off and you guys don't care! Please! You guys don't give a fuck. You're just talking about where you parked your fucking squad cars, you pieces of shit! Let me out!
Like I said, I think if it is drunkenness, this is a vile person in real life. It has to be.
Let me out!
Ultimately, the 21-year-old woman was charged with felony, neglecting a child, battery threat to an officer, and
She should have never pumped that out of her legs. She is like a 14-year-old her fucking self. She's gonna be the next Lori Day Valos and kill all of her kids to impress some dude. Okay. I just feel like we can't just do fucking child neglecting white women. We have to do bad driving ones too, and then that'll be fair, and then I'll get out of here.
She's crashed into Ulta,
Crashed into the Ulta Beauty. Now, thank God it wasn't Sephora.
Hello? Hello. Did you just drive over the train tracks?
No, we've been...
Oh shit, I'm in trouble. It's not a white woman. Why would I ever just assume a thing?
Sitting right here. Y'all just pull past us and roll past.
Yeah, I mean, we got a description for a white SUV that drove over the train tracks, and you have a flat tire.
Yeah, we got a flat tire now because we just tried to pull over, but that was not us.
Whereabouts are you coming from? Whereabouts are you coming from?
Hey, babe.
What? I'm sorry, ma'am. I thought police were just out here harassing black people and shooting them all day. Once again, it does always surprise me. Cops are evil, they're fascist. Okay, keep in mind who's telling you that information, because their definition of fascism might be different than yours. Because it's kind of crazy, all these people will just be like, shut up, cop! My tire is flattened because you made me pull over. You know what I mean. Attitude. I'm gonna call someone else about what you're doing. She's a white woman in spirit.
And we just tried to pull over and we got pulled over.
We're going to be out with that possible vehicle, Washington, in a second. I have a plate for you when you're ready. Just be advised, it does have a flat.
They're trying to say we sped off at the train tracks.
Ma'am, it's kind of like a yes or no.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of a yes or no. Did you drive over the train? Did you drive on the train?
No, I didn't drive over the train tracks, but I did slow down and put my brakes on so we could park right here to go into P.
No, I get you there, but...
No, I did not.
Let me finish. Why are you getting so aggressive? I'm asking.
Because I am, and you're sitting up here asking me the same question over and over, and I'm kind of...
You're not answering me.
I'm intimidated.
You're intimidated?
Yeah.
By me asking if you drove across the train
Because
track?
I already answered the question. I sat up here and I pulled over.
Okay, well, you got a flat tire, and you also...
We had a flat tire before we pulled over the train tracks.
And you also have all this grass on the front end of your car.
We pulled over before we got even across the train tracks.
Let me rephrase this.
Like, this was a fucking, you know, a job on the trailer park, boys. I cannot believe the amount of crimes that just, I'm gonna plow a U-Haul shop into a brick and mortar, fill the bitch up, and drive off. And no one will ever know. Fucking criminals are garbage today, am I right?
Question for you. Were you at 4th and Center in front of Little Bros, that little burger place? You went there?
4th and Center?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. How'd you get the flat?
We got the flat before we even crossed the train tracks.
Hey, man, when did you get the flat?
Probably.
Listen, man, I want you guys to get home safe.
I hear you, bro.
I'm just trying to figure this out, man. We got a BOL for a white SUV with that drove on the train tracks, man. So when did you guys get the flat, bro?
I've been on radio.
Where are you guys coming from, then?
Here.
Yes, when you rent a U-Haul, you give someone's license and they got GPS trackers in the motherfucker. It's not too hard to figure out.
Where's here?
We parked here.
Yeah, where are you coming from?
Do you want to answer that? Because I don't have time to have this shit.
Hey, Plith, are you good for a sec?
Yeah.
Front driver's side's flat. She said that they didn't drive on the train track. They said they noticed it was popped, so they just pulled over here.
Hey, bro, just roll down the window. Yeah.
Like, obviously, they're guilty, but, like, shouldn't, with knowledge that maybe the cops will pull you over because they're gonna look for who fucking did it, make a better story and, like, better comebacks. Like, does she really believe that just, like, I'm angry and I have a place to be and my phone's out? I did this shit, like, hiding shit in my hands, being like, I have to hustle and run somewhere. Like, as a fucking toddler. Criminals are just children, I guess.
Were you trying to show me something? Oh, no, I was just... Oh, bro, I'm, like, literally ordering... She hit the train tracks, bro. Be honest. You can be straight with us, bro.
They stopped us right here.
A guy in passenger seat says he doesn't remember when she said she never once drove on a train track.
Hey, indication of
I don't know. She's really not talking to me. She's just on the phone with one of her friends. She's, like, ignoring all my questions. But she just keeps denying driving on the train track.
So, you know, she has to piss, like, bad. Like right now?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's why I'm trying to get in here, and y'all sitting up here pulling us over like we did something wrong, and that's why it's making us look like...
Yeah. Well, again,
I
what you're saying, though.
We don't know.
So, well, hang on. Let me just explain something real quick.
Like, they're really trailer park boying this up. If we just make the problem, this is how this works. This scam, I guess. If we make the problem something that is right now, gotta pee, you're pulling me over and we didn't do anything. You're profiling, you're intimidating me, you're being racist, all that stuff. It's all different problems. It's information overload. Then we're not focused on someone drove a fucking vehicle through an Ulta Beauty.
So I don't know if you heard what my partner said beforehand, but he said that we stopped you for a BOL. We had a BOL, which means to be on the lookout for a white SUV that drove over the train tracks.
Hell yeah. I took my AirPods out, so I was like, hey, what's going on?
No, you're good, bro.
Do you guys know why you have like branches underneath your car then too?
Because we're all riding through the same area. Do you know where I live? There's nothing but trees and sticks over there.
I mean, there's trees everywhere.
Do you know where I live?
Why would I know where you live?
Exactly. So if you knew where I live, you know where there's trees and sticks and branches under my car. They're trying to arrest us and pull us over for a bunch of bullshit. I'm glad you see it in here.
Do you think she's even on the phone with anybody? I always wonder with this shit, these people that play the game of, I'm so busy on the phone and I'm being an inconvenienced victim today by the cops. Like, who are they ever fucking talking to? Like, is she calling her fucking mother? Like, who is it? Who's gonna do anything for you?
Did I ever say that you were under arrest?
I'm not talking to you.
Hey, ask if she had alcohol to drink.
Miss, have you had any alcohol today?
No, but I'm sitting up here on the phone with my boyfriend right now.
Okay, with this drink right here, is this alcohol? What is this?
Where?
Oh, her boyfriend. Who the fuck is this accomplice then?
Water?
No, in the other one right there.
A sweet tea?
Okay, let me see that can real quick. Not that one. The can.
Can we get out and go to the bathroom?
Not right now.
Hello?
That can that's under your purse, what is that?
He said give me my ticket so we can go on about our business.
What's that?
I'm sorry. Is this an independent woman who obviously did nothing wrong, because not only is she racially marginalized, but she is a woman behind a fucking vehicle. Let us not forget. She needs to get her boyfriend, and remember, cops are killing black people all over the place, everywhere you turn. You cannot be black and be around a cop. They will shoot you automatically like a fucking magnet. But this woman's boyfriend, calling her on the phone, is letting them know he just needs to give him a ticket and move on and don't look at anything here. Thank you, boyfriend on the phone. Because that's how you handle the police. You tell them what your boyfriend said. Once again, strong, independent fucking woman.
Right now we're trying to figure out what's going on. You guys aren't telling us. Right now we're just investigating right now, okay? We're checking.
Okay, maybe I should stop hating actually and just appreciate the grift. Because this is a pretty good performance. She is fucking throwing misinformation, but it's only delaying the inevitable. They're not gonna forget what case they got open.
Camera footage to see if you guys ran over the tracks or not. That's what we're doing right now. We got someone checking, okay?
So he's saying because y'all do not have no proper cause, y'all don't have a warrant, we can't get our ticket and we can't leave.
You have damage to the front driver's side, right?
We don't have damage to the front.
So right now we're just... Yes, you do.
We don't have damage to the front driver's side. Look out, because we have cameras just like y'all have cameras. We don't have front damage to the front bag.
Hey, Flit, I'll be right back. Anything? She's claiming she never was on 4th, and she said she had no alcohol to drink tonight. There's a Long Island in the center council, but she said I think she's not answering questions about that.
Hey, miss, my sergeant's right there. Can you talk to my sergeant?
Ma'am, I need you to open your window. I see alcohol in the center console. I need to identify you.
Hello?
That's my sergeant.
See, after all this, they still gotta go to their little supervisor and say, Supervisor, can you deal with her? And it's just, ma'am, fucking, you're getting it. That's alcohol in there.
Can you talk to my sergeant?
I see an open can of alcohol in your center console. So
water?
Okay, all I know is I see that, so no. There was
and a can of sweet tea?
There was a cut water. There's a cut water?
That's not mine.
Okay, I need to identify you as a driver. Now that I see that in plain view, we need to see your identification, okay?
Okay, that's fine. Hello? Do you hear that?
I don't think she's on the phone with anybody personally. That's what I still like to imagine here.
Okay.
I think she's guilty. I don't know. Oh, look, though, they're excited. They've been waiting all night for a fucking chase.
3 from 7, that vehicle's taken off. Let's go northbound Washington through the red light. Speeds of 56 and increasing.
at stop signs.
I mean,
Westbound Farnham.
in for a
56
penny,
miles an
in for
hour.
the pound. Cause there is a way to, like, the high-speed chase, like, everyone's gonna be on you and they're all gonna have seen your license plate and everyone's gonna be on the lookout for this asshole car. But there is a chance you can get away, because it's too dangerous for the cops to pursue you, they'll stop. But, like, this woman played the game wrong today.
Still westbound Farnham. Went straight to the stop sign. Passenger door is open. Still westbound Farnham through Lockwood. 54 miles an hour. Vehicle almost ran through a whole leaf hop. Still westbound.
So, her boyfriend's the one on the phone. Actually, I don't think she was on the phone with anybody, because, like... What is the reaction? I wonder how many of these people in these high-speed chases, you know, asked to be in this. But they're smoking something.
Farnham, Maple Grove. Southbound Oak Ridge, she's at a dead end.
She's not doing very good at losing them. They're right there.
She's crashed into Alta,
Okay, wait, so the Ulta hadn't happened yet. She must have did a hit and run or some shit. And she was already getting in trouble.
Oh. Stop the car! Stop the car now! Put your hands out the window now! Put your hands up!
What was her plan? You think she's gonna give it up now? You think she's possibly gonna tell those cops we didn't do nothing wrong?
Step up! Get down! Get down! Back up! Back up!
What do we make of the don't shoot? Like, get the fuck out of the car. You're in the makeup store. What would you get fucking terroristically shot down? Well, I guess the car is a weapon. So, like, but now that he's out of the car, he's in the safe zone. She, though, honestly, she is intent to hurt with that car. I think she's made that clear.
Stop the car! Stop the...
Radio, she just collided with 807.
For real, though, does anyone know what her plan is?
Stop the car! Back up! Quick, back up!
Well, Black Friday's ruined at this Ulta Beauty I see. No fucking consideration for the retailers.
Heads up, little, heads up! Sir, do you want us to move? Turn the car off! Hey, passenger's still inside. Okay. Passenger's still in the No, inside the car. Or inside the store.
Is the passenger inside the store?
Yes. Hands! I got it right here! Hands! Little, I'm going over here. I'm going over here.
Hey, Sarge, come with me to the other side of the building just in case.
All right. Hey, walk this way! Walk towards us, now! Walk back! This way!
They'd all rather go take care of that fucking man on the loose than fucking deal with that woman in her vehicle.
Keep walking! Keep walking this way. Come this way. Over here. Come this way. Over here. Walk back this way.
Come this way.
Back towards me now. Keep walking.
Mine.
Keep walking.
Keep coming. Come outside now. Come outside now. Come outside. Sorry, he's coming. He's coming. Step out now. Hands.
Okay, I'm good. Get down. Get down. Get down. I didn't do anything.
No.
Sorry, when such an institution falls, you're getting handcuffed no matter what. And I think he was kind of... Because he was there in the front, and then she backed up. He ran further into the store. He was looking for an exit. He's shady as well. So wait, now they have to drive into the Ulta Beauty? Like, she could have ever fucking done that reverse to go out that way. Look at... Well, I guess she could just knock this shelf over. I don't know. It seems like a trick shot there.
Hold on. I'm going over here. I got the door.
Stop moving.
Oh my god, he told me not to do nothing. So her boyfriend on the phone, she needs permission from him to get pulled over by the cops, I suppose. This woman is the most special on fucking earth.
I don't even drink, so I'm cool. I'm cool with that, Austin. I don't got no argument with that at all.
Radio from 7, we got passenger in custody. We're detaining, or we're putting the driver in custody now.
Oh, he told me not to do
Okay,
that.
yeah, enough.
In the back of the car. Is this the same officer I just had? Yes, bro. All right, I'm cool, bro. In the back of the car. Oh, he told me not to do that. I didn't know. Just stop with that. Go over now. Hey, we still looking for him?
No, both are in custody. Clint, you got passenger, right?
He's back here.
Perfect.
Is everyone at Ulta secure right now?
A from radio, we're secure.
Fucking body cams. All these officers who have girlfriends could have ran in there and got free gifts and no one would be the fucking wiser.
The male suspect, De Niro, was issued a citation for open intoxicants in a motor vehicle and is presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. The female suspect, Katrina, was found to have a blood alcohol concentration of 0.21, over double the legal limit. She was charged with her second offense of OWI, felony.
I don't give a fuck about drunk drivers. I think they deserve to get fed to fucking alligators, because at some point, I understand that drugs and alcohol make you not in your fucking right mind, right? But yeah, at some point, you were sober in that day. You woke up sober at some point and you said, okay, I'm gonna go drinking all night, but you didn't make any plans. So you still maliciously decided I'm gonna be a fucking selfish asshole today. That is it. End of discussion.
Felony malicious destruction of police property. Felony malicious destruction of property under $20,000. Felony malicious destruction of a building over $20,000. 2 counts of felony assault on a police officer, and felony third-degree fleeing eluding. She took a plea deal, pleading guilty to all charges in exchange for a sentence of 1 year in jail and 3 years of probation. She will be released back into the public in March of 2027.
Katrina was ordered to pay $258,563 in restitution. $233,000.
Do you think she's... Oh my god, look at this. She... Bro. Yes, don't run into the Ulta Beauty. Like, I feel like people who've slaughtered their whole families, they're just going to prison to life without parole, right? That's it. This is $250,000 in fucking debt.
$164 of that goes to Ulta Beauty, and another $25,399 goes to the city of Royal Oak, Michigan. This debt could potentially follow her for the rest of her life, and filing bankruptcy doesn't necessarily...
I think she should go on Caleb Hammer.
Give her an escape hatch either. Restitution imposed as a part of a criminal sentence generally can't just be wiped away through bankruptcy. And to think she could be almost $250,000 less in debt if she simply complied during...
She literally ruined her finances because she wanted to get drunk with a twisted tea. Alright, only one more. I know I said that, but this one's an EWU that's 15 minutes long, and I keep falling behind on EWU. And, like I said, I am working on a Digimon, like, monster, we're friends with our monsters, and then plot twist, we all have to deal with the horrible murders. Some of them will change their ways, some of them will not. That's also a plot I'm brewing on, so EWUs have been helpful. Wendy from fucking Better Call Saul's gotten pulled in.
I just did. Abuse. Too much of it.
When police respond to a brutal stabbing, they find a disabled veteran clinging to life and a woman whose account of this bloodbath may not be the whole truth.
She is diabolical. You have no freaking clue.
On March 8th, 2026,
I could say that about so many people who were at the nursing home I worked at, though. They don't mean it, they're old.
Charlotte County Sheriff's Office deputies are dispatched to a home in Punta Gorda, Florida, after a frantic woman calls 911.
Thank God, no more Michigan. We need more Florida.
911, what is the address of the emergency?
Yes, I came out to check on my neighbor, and he's dead.
Okay,
His truck's gone. There's blood everywhere. He was covered in plastic.
You said he was covered in plastic?
Yes.
Okay, now, does it look like there was any sort of injury?
I don't know. Yes, he bled to death.
Okay, but I'm saying, does it look like there were any injuries? Are there any weapons around?
Well, he's not gonna get any deader, and there's no reason for the cops to get there that fast. Why do you have attitude? I know you saw a dead body today, caller, but it's not about you.
I don't know, honey.
Okay, that's okay. You're doing a great job. I'm just trying to help for our deputies here, okay? Now,
Well,
does he live here alone?
He had a roommate.
And the roommate is not there, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
He
Can you do
we
me a
don't
huge
know.
favor and step out front to make contact with the deputies?
Yes.
When a deputy arrives at the scene, he rushes to the back of the home and discovers an unresponsive elderly man lying next to a wheelchair in a pool of blood with a severe laceration to his arm.
So hit his head. Just pulse. He's still warm. Yeah.
The temperature of the body tells deputies they're dealing with a very recent attack. Believing there may still be a chance to save him, they begin CPR.
Press.
Okay. Got rigor or anything like that?
No, he's still warm.
Despite their efforts, he cannot be revived.
Stop compression. And the blood around him is coagulated, but it's still wet at least. The whole wheelchair is covered in blood.
So is that one over there. There's one over there that's covered in blood too, and the blood goes from all the way over there.
The skin circle's right here.
When a deputy speaks with the woman who called 911, she identifies the victim as 76-year-old Paul Dwayne Bradley, a disabled military veteran who relies on multiple care.
R.I.P. to all these old people that come to fucking Florida because they like the weather and want to be by the ocean in their last days. You're really signing up for risk, you know?
Givers for daily assistance.
One, his truck's missing.
Yeah.
It's not here. Two, he was covered in plastic.
Okay.
The sheathing was over him.
The plastic sheathing was?
Yeah,
Okay.
I pulled it back to make sure it was him. Because
Okay.
I seen his foot, but I had to make sure it was him.
Okay.
And that's all I touched, and I called him.
As deputies process the scene, a visibly shaken friend of Paul's approaches with information that immediately begins to point investigators toward a potential suspect.
Just stay back there for now, because this is an active crime scene, okay? Okay, with what?
I don't know who's the lady that's living with him. She just moved in, and he came over the other day and told me she was schizophrenic, and he wanted to get her out of the house.
Yeah, because see, that's...
See, even this woman knows. We've heard about those schizophrenics and all of our true crimes on the TV. We would very much appreciate them not being our roommates or wandering the streets anymore.
But we was supposed to be here at 7 to help him make sure she goes.
You too?
Okay.
The deputy learns that earlier that morning, Paul had fired a live-in caregiver who had recently moved into the home. When she refused to leave, he called authorities for assistance.
So, this caretaker, is she someone you hired, or is it a friend? Or
I was going to hire her, and I'd try her out for a month, you know.
Okay.
But then I thought, after 3 days, I knew she wasn't going to be no good.
What is she doing? So, I get that she's not, like, really taking care of you, but what else is she doing?
Nothing.
Nothing? She's just doing nothing?
She makes me good meals, don't get me wrong. But that's all she does.
So she's just cooking for you, that's all she's doing?
Yeah. She's just worthless.
She's in there right now?
Yeah, she's in bed, I think.
So, you want her out of here today, we can do that. Do you just want her to get going, or do you want her, like, formally trespassed?
No, if she refuses to go.
If she refuses to go, then yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna go talk to her now.
The deputy spoke to Paul's caregiver, 48-year-old Shannon Rose Giblin. She denied neglecting his care and said there was another reason Paul wanted her out of the house.
I'm going to tell you the truth, sir. And
Oh no, why are all my relatives showing up on body cam today? Yeah, your fucking This is what the problem with home health care is. Yeah, that's a nice idea for everyone to get paid for what society used to fucking do for their parents, right? It's these people are going to be taking those jobs and they might just be there to case the house or do harm.
The girl that got me this job knows this too. You can talk to her about it. He is mad at me because I didn't give him sexual pleasure. Do you see? Have you ever had...
Didn't leave his house. Leave. Bye. Get a new client.
Yeah, I've heard of this kind of thing.
She told the deputy Paul had repeatedly made unwanted sexual advances, including one incident where he allegedly put his hands on her.
When we go run errands, of course I drive, and I help him out of his buggy into the truck, and I step on his seatbelt for him. You know, just sweet. And so I'm leaning over snapping his seatbelt, and he grabs the back of my head, he puts his hand on the back of my head, and he moves my head towards his crotch, and he goes, ugh, groans.
With Shannon's serious allegations, the deputy was now facing a much more complicated situation.
I want to go back in and talk to him again about...
Not really, because he wants her out of her home. If she's a victim of his sexual harassment, that should be easy, right?
that.
He's going to deny it.
Yeah, probably. But the problem here, Shannon, is that he wants you gone. And so if he tells me that he wants you gone, then that is my job to do that.
So you want me to leave right now?
So that's what I'm going to try to figure out with him.
That's impossible. I have no car. I've got cats. This man is a pervert.
Listen, I'm not saying I don't believe it.
This man is a pervert, so I should be allowed to stay in his home, evict him from it. That's how it goes in the movies when people are on my side.
See it all, okay? So I'm going to go talk to him. I've heard this story a few times, okay? So let me go talk to him, and then we'll figure out what's going on next, okay?
Paul denied the allegations and remained firm that he wanted her out of the house immediately.
So, what you should do is go ahead and get out of here. I know you don't have a car, but I would go ahead and get your things together. I'd contact a friend. I don't know your money situation. But
I have like $30.
if I leave, isn't a big question. Is there going to be a huge fight here? Is there going to be a fist fight?
No.
Okay.
No, because first and foremost, felony. Put your hands on the man.
I was going to say, exactly.
I know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hours later, Paul's body is found in the very spot where Shannon had spoken with the deputy. As the investigation continues, a review of...
Oh, this cop probably hates himself. But it's like I said, there's only so much the cops can do. We get mad at them because they're evil fascists, but then they don't do enough sometimes. Like... But if this had been Reckless Ben, this wouldn't have happened.
Security footage from a neighboring residence reveals Paul's 2024 Toyota Tacoma leaving the property around 4:30 p.m.
Can you do a felony bolo for this guy's truck? I need to know where.
Well, then like I said, this man came out here to retirement, probably lost his wife, probably had to get home health care, and then he gets murdered by fucking psycho fucking bitch. What lovely.
It is as soon as possible, and I need it stopped.
3 hours after Paul's body is discovered, the vehicle is located at a McDonald's in Sarasota County, 53 miles north of the crime scene, and Shannon is inside.
Step out of the vehicle with your hands up. Hands up, hands up, hands up. Turn around. Walk backwards to me. No, don't reach. Walk backwards with your hands in the air. Do not reach. Walk backwards to me now. You got hands?
Got hands. Drop down your knees.
Get on your knees. Keep your hands on your head.
Hands on your head.
Is there anyone else in the vehicle?
My cats.
After Sarasota County deputies detain Shannon, she begins making...
Well, I mean... She did say it would be difficult to move. I don't have a vehicle, I have no friends, and I have cats, so... Logically, the only thing she could do is kill him and steal his shit.
Disturbing claims about what happened to her.
Why are you guys being so mean to me when I was just abused?
Okay.
And almost murdered by a guy.
I don't know anything about anything.
I'm gonna stand you up.
Okay, let's stand up.
I was almost just murdered. Look at my body.
Shannon is transported to the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, where she says she was constantly harassed and abused by Paul. But detectives will soon get a surprising...
Okay, hey ma'am, he's elderly and you're 40-something and you look fucking 80. She is 40-something, keep that in fucking mind. Leave! Go away! He doesn't want you there. Go file something with the fucking police and have your evidence. But oh no, you should get a pass.
Phone call that raises questions about her story.
Paul was a very evil man. I believe it was the second night I was there. I was saying goodnight to him, and he reached
Oh, here they go. They let her do her story. Notice her voice is different now.
back, and he starts doing this on my upper leg, and he starts reaching over towards my crotch. And I was like, all right, well, good night. I mean, I had just gotten there.
Shannon describes another incident she says crossed a line, leaving her feet.
And I don't live in the United States or have, like, fucking a normal job. I have to be this man's slave now, like the Handmaid's Tale.
Feeling devastated.
He told me that he loves a spoon. He's like, if we're spoooning and you feel the little guy down there misbehave, you can just skedaddle. So I went to my room, sat on the bed, in disbelief, and just started crying. He literally wants me there for sex.
She goes on to describe a history of childhood trauma, suggesting Paul's
Jesus Christ, no one cares. What does it have to do with the person you murdered?
alleged behavior triggered painful memories from her past.
Nobody understands that there's sick men out there. Okay?
This is kind of like Eileen Warnos, though, where she murdered, like, 9 men, but, like, the first one might have been self-defense, and if not for the first one, she might have never murdered.
I was freaking by my own
She's
father.
trying to leave those breadcrumbs down.
When I was 14, he took my virginity, okay? I've been almost murdered by a guy, choking in front of my 3-year-old daughter, okay?
Oh, great. This thing has a child she doesn't have custody of, just her cats.
Detectives shift their focus to what happened after the deputy told her to leave Paul's home.
Obviously, it looks like you were put in a very tough spot. I mean, I see you're scratched up and have some injuries. Did he get violent after law enforcement left?
Yes. He grabbed me, and I've got the things.
But after learning about the arrest,
This guy's so bored of fucking victim Olympics, but you always gotta let him have the first round, I guess.
Shannon's sister contacts investigators and reveals a pattern from Shannon's past. One that raises questions about whether she's telling the truth.
I just wanted to say that someone noticed in her mugshot that there were scratches on her. And I wanted to tell the detectives that she has a history of and trying to blame other people. One of her...
Oh, her mother putting her... Oh, no, this might be a friend, but someone's selling her under the fucking bridge.
Her baby daddies, for lack of a better term.
Mercury, we've been over this. That's their watermark.
She bragged about getting him locked up in Sarasota for like 8 months because she beat herself up and then called the cops and said he did it. I was thinking to myself, oh my God, she's going to sit there and try to say it was self-defense and he did that to her.
What happened next with Paul?
Look at him.
This sister's done with her. Throw this crazy bitch away, please.
Paul, after all everything I've done for you, in your house, cook for you, give you baths, so you're just willing to have the sheriff just push me to the curb? I said, what would you have done to my cats? And he goes, well, and it was obvious. He would have killed them. Just the way he said it.
All right, so then what happened?
We're taking them to the pound.
He's in his scooter, and he starts going, and I start following him. And he stops in his scooter, and he grabs his phone. And I'm like, what are you doing? Because he was going to call the cops again. And I went to grab it, and he's like, what are you doing? And he starts grabbing me. I guess I snapped. I snapped.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
All right.
It just hit me. I snapped.
See, like I said, it doesn't matter if you're sexually harassed, you're still not allowed to murder a person, right? Because 2 wrongs don't make a right. This must be like, let's talk about the Ratatouille video. Fucking media getting in people's minds and thinking, if I can justify it, then it's part of my tragic backstory, so it's okay. Like, because this doesn't matter pertaining to your case. Like it said, it's for herself.
I just did abuse.
Yeah,
Too much of it.
I get it.
I was in a mental hospital because I snapped years ago. It's all documented. All of it.
According to Shannon, when the confrontation turned physical, she used a kitchen knife to cut him.
Was it a little cut, a big cut when you cut him?
No, he was bleeding a lot.
Okay. A lot? Like...
Yeah, it was a lot.
Her sister claims this wasn't the first time Shannon had used a knife during a confrontation.
I spoke.
Isn't the real villain here the people that hired her for a home health care job when she has psychiatric problems and didn't seem to do a background check? There seems to be a villain in this.
To the boyfriend that just escaped from her. Like, he could have been the next victim, but his daughters were like, you need to get the hell out of there. Because he would wake up in the middle of the night
I do know someone who dated one of their fucking clients as a home health care nurse, and then they were hanging out together and he mysteriously was dead and she got his social security.
Right? And she would be standing over him with a butcher knife and saying she was going to kill him. He literally hightailed it across the state of Florida to get away from her because his daughter lives on the other coast. He told me I was afraid she was going to slit my throat in my sleep.
Shannon insists the confrontation with Paul escalated into something she never expected.
I'm scared for my life, and I'm scared for my cat's life. This man abuses me. It's not like I'm like, oh, I hurt this precious man today. No one's claiming that.
But Shannon's ex-boyfriend describes a conversation he had with Shannon about Paul that paints a very different picture.
He was on the phone with her on Sunday before this happened. She was telling him that she was going to kill the guy before she killed him. And I'm just saying, because I think it's relevant, because if she's like saying, I'm going to go in there and kill him, and then she does it, now that's premeditated in my book.
Yeah, this girl is a problem. Her family's fucking done with her. This sister is just like, fucking, I need this premeditation. None of this fucking, she had a psycho snap shit and is out in 2 years. None of this Canadian bullshit here in Florida, please.
Shannon says that after cutting Paul, she pushed him in his scooter to the back of the house, where she placed him on the ground and watched him die.
Sorry, hot take. Even if they're sucking their crotchety, I don't like old people getting murdered in these. Because they're almost there. They're at the finish line of life, right? Let them go naturally and be fucking done. Why do these psychopaths have to kill the peace, tranquility of their last days? Stop killing the elderly. No one in jail should fucking respect you for it.
But before fleeing in his truck, she covered his body with the plastic tarp. When asked why, she offers an unexpected explanation.
What was up with the plastic? Everything else makes sense to me. I don't understand that part.
When you take care of somebody, tucking them in, does that make sense at all? I don't know.
Can I ask you a question that's kind of personal? How do you feel now that that happened?
He was not innocent. That's how I feel. He abused me. That's how I...
Well, technically nothing ever happened. He just said words. And like I said, you are much younger than him. You are an adult, right? Walk away. It's a job. It's not slavery.
I feel. Because a part of me was, I'm like, it was either me and my kitties or him. I'm serious. Now you both.
Remember when she had the option to leave? Like I said, it's all just a bit to fucking escape their own shit. I know this, but it's like, please make better arguments then.
Look at me like you hate me. I don't hate you.
Promise no hate.
I'm not cold-hearted.
She's threatened so many people in her life. She is diabolical. You have no freaking clue.
According to court documents, in March 2026, Shannon was charged with second-degree murder and grand theft of a motor vehicle.
No, because then they might escape out the bitch, Fuyin. We've seen people escape out the wall when there is no fucking window. They used to have windows in prisons, but then Ted Bundy got out. But you're just here at the end. I was talking... I'll give another recap, though, actually. So, I want to create... the game we were still talking about, Oregon Trail. I need to start writing. I need to make a to-do list of scenes to write, and when we start writing them, it'll be good. Problem is, I don't want to write things on stream. I literally have to make homework for myself, right? But I want to do the time travel game, and I want to do my bird game, where the birds will learn about other cultures and realize the suburbs was the best place for them. That's what we've come up with today. But what video game engine will we use? Will I make new sprites? I don't know. On Sunday, we're gonna go to fucking church. I'm gonna try to do that one earlier. Thank you all for hanging out. We did learn things about video games. Donkey Kong was Popeye. The Oneyplays fucking dum-dum ding-dong drama is ridiculous. Go watch that one if you want to see fucking weird crash outs. Anyway, good. Yeah, homework. I am also gonna watch The Chosen. I'll watch one episode of it and report back on Sunday. I am really enjoying the Sunday streams. I am actually enjoying talking about fucking Jesus lore. It is way more interesting than all, because at least that story's done. All we can do is talk about different canons. It's not actively happening, right? That's a fun time. It's almost like reading a book or some shit. It's okay, Thea, and like I said, I have been on a drain spell, but I'll get recharged, and then we need to start doing more community things. Like, maybe we can all watch The Chosen and learn about the Lord. We used to watch the animes. That was great fun. We'll bring that back.